All set, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, everyone. We will begin the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing at the LOB, 1A of the LOB, and on Zoom and on YouTube Live. Thank you to the millions of fans who are watching on YouTube Live right now. We appreciate it on the West Coast and all over the world. We have a few items of business today. First is Michelle H. Gilman of Colchester to be reappointed as Commissioner of Administrative Services. Madam Commissioner, come on up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you promise, swear, affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, feel free to give us introductory remarks.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. And I do have a short statement to read today or to offer today, and look forward to your questions throughout the morning. So good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Kelly, Representative Yaccarino, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Michelle Gilman, and I currently serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, commonly known as DAS. It is a privilege to serve Governor Lamont and the state of Connecticut, and it's my honor to ask for your support of my renomination today. During a time of great challenge and opportunity, I'm incredibly proud of DAS's accomplishments and the impact we have had on our state since assuming the position of Commissioner just under a year ago. If reconfirmed, I look forward to a continued partnership with the General Assembly and all of our stakeholders throughout my term. In my written testimony and other materials that I submitted to you in advance, I have provided a summary on the expansive mission of DAS and also my professional background in over 30 years of public service. What I want to reinforce throughout my presentation today before all of you is our commitment as an agency to driving innovation, cost savings, and efficiency across government. And by maintaining transparency, accountability, and equity in our work and in everything we do day to day, that commitment will drive our collective success. And I think that applies across all government, all executive agencies, and all branches. As you know, DAS oversees a diverse range of programs that support the business functions of our state, including human resources, information technology, procurement, and construction services, to name a few. This year alone, our team has addressed a multitude of challenges head-on: talent recruitment and retention during a workforce shortage, restoring trust in the school construction program, managing impactful initiatives like the school indoor air quality program post-pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and expanding access to digital government to meet the demand at the DMV, DOL, and a multitude of other agencies. Throughout these challenges, I'm grateful to the DAS team to be a part of that team as they continue to deliver cost-effective, quality services to our residents and agency partners, including municipalities, businesses, and nonprofits across the state. In closing, thank you again for your consideration of my renomination today. I look forward to your questions this morning and to working with you in the coming weeks and months ahead with your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Bonus points for a quick summary there. So we appreciate it.
I got the message.
Efficient. Thank you. Thank you. And we appreciate the work you've done. You wasn't that long ago, as you said, that you came to this committee for your nomination to be commissioner. So I know we asked a lot of questions then, and since that time that you've been here, we know that, and matter of fact, just got an email from your office the other day with regard to kind of a new platform that shows employees and where they're getting hired, and kind of a really, what I thought, I looked through it and I thought it was really well done, kind of a update as to where we are in state government with hiring and just a number of different pieces of information there. Can you talk a little bit about that and how we are, especially as we've over so many years, we really shed a lot of state employees. We're now have hiring some we've consolidated some of that process, how that's working, A, and then B, in the technology realm, how we're working to use technology in order to help our constituents, all of our constituents, access state government in a friendly and efficient manner.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Senator, and delighted to talk about these issues today. So one of our primary functions at DAS has always and traditionally been the recruitment of talent coming into our workforce and providing, a multitude of human resource support across our state executive branch. This year, with the retirements that our state workforce experienced, many challenges that our agencies and our teams experienced across state government, certainly also within judicial, our higher ed systems and other areas of government. So DAS has really well positioned ourselves through this past year to be ready for what we often call the silver tsunami. And part of that was being ready with a consolidated team of HR professionals that would support the agencies directly that they would serve and be able to flex up as needs arose for hiring and also for retention efforts. So I think from our perspective, without consolidation of HR services, we would not have met the task at hand to recruit as we did this past year in response to the workforce shortages, the demands for our agencies, and then also based on the significant retirements that we experienced. With that said, it goes without saying that we still have significant challenges, particularly in our direct healthcare agencies, within our correction and law enforcement agencies as well. And then when we look at engineers and IT professionals that are needed at DOT and certainly at our own agency. So we continue to turn over, every rock, every stone to think about how we can bring in new talent. We've worked very closely with OLR and OPM directly, as well as our partner agencies to really strategize about how we can bring that talent in. But also how to retain our employees, and really proud of the work that we've done in that regard. Also, when it comes to technology overall, certainly our agency oversees the executive branch technology systems that we have in place. And we, over the last several years, have moved forward towards an optimization of those services to allow for technology across the executive branch to be faster, more efficient, and to really be consistent with policies, procedures, cybersecurity, and other factors as well. And so as we've been able to optimize our technology, we've also been able to really address the growing needs of our staff for training, helping them to learn more about various roles so that they can move into different roles that much faster and really support each other and not be a central point of failure if one employee is to leave or take on a new role. With that as well, building up our IT support systems, we have, as you mentioned, Senator, been able to expand on our digital service capability in direct line with the governor's priorities. So examples at DMV, we've been able to operationalize, several dozen services to provide online transactions to make sure that residents don't have to stand in line at DMV, but can be online in the comfort of their couch, on the beach, wherever they like to be. And that's made an extraordinary difference for our residents. We've also created the business one stop so that we have one central focus for businesses to go to register, to learn how to create a business, support services for how to maintain a small business and be successful. And then now we're working on a new healthcare platform closely with DSS and DPH, particularly around SNAP benefits that we're really excited to launch in the next few months, but is it's really only the start to providing digital service capability for those that need access to social services and healthcare support. So the more that we can do around the digital platform to offer options to individuals to access those services, we feel puts us in a much better position moving forward for our residents, but also to build some efficiencies and options for state government. So I know that's a lot for your question, but really excited about the work that we're doing both on the HR front and then on the technology front, really to help support our agencies and also our residents out in Connecticut.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because, as we have challenges on hiring, we've had 2 new contracts for state employees. So health and pensions have changed and contributions have changed for folks. So we are competing a lot more with the private sector than in the past. And I'm happy that over the years I've been here, the state has invested in the agencies. When I first came here, DSS was on Cobalt, which I don't even know what the heck that is. And DOL, Department of Labor, same thing. And I'm sure, and DMV was a mess. And that's been upgraded as well. And while there have been bumps along the way, I think in general, it's hopefully will turn out to be a much more customer friendly interface. I hear, and we're going to hear from Commissioner Guerrero later about the successes of how customers are now so happy to go into DMV and make their appointments. And I've heard nothing but positive statements on that. When it comes to so I appreciate all the work that everybody's done to bring that about, because, and as I say, put on my real estate hat, is that nobody ever likes to fix the furnace, like to paint the house. Changing from Cobalt to something that's more modern is fixing the furnace, because nobody really sees it except when they need to use it or it breaks down. That's when people notice it. So I'm glad we've actually done that. But when it comes to hiring, and we heard from Commissioner Iccolito the other day, and you mentioned it as well, with hiring, trying to hire engineers. We're also with healthcare, with DCF and with DPH as well, trying to find efficient ways or ways in which we can more quickly hire personnel and be more creative about that, because there is such a need, especially with some of the federal money that we're receiving from the bipartisan infrastructure law. Just can expand a little bit more on that as to some of the work that's being done to work agency to agency to fill those positions that are so desperately needed right now.
Certainly. Throughout the course of the year, we have seen our position count in terms of vacancies being filled really at its highest levels in many, many years. So on average, we're filling anywhere between 700 to 850 positions a month. That level of hiring is at a level that we haven't seen in past years. And again, I attribute a great deal of that to the centralized efforts under HR, to the work of that team, but also to the work in agencies where they do the lion's share of the hiring. So DAS has a certain component and responsibility of the hiring process, but then a great deal also falls to the agencies as well. And much of that is done in collaboration and partnership with each other throughout that process. But our hiring managers, our agency commissioners, senior leadership all deserve tremendous credit in terms of getting us to the position count and to managing these workforce challenges, at this critical time as we're seeing, low unemployment, a workforce that is very challenged and under-resourced. I think this latest statistics, we've seen is, we have 100,000 jobs, out posted across the state of Connecticut, whether it's private industry or others, and we don't have the workforce to fill. So we've continued to work with our higher education partners, also our technical high schools and community colleges as well, to look at developing pipelines where if I'm a social worker student at Southern Connecticut State University, what are the opportunities for me to come right into the state workforce, whether it's through an apprentice program or directly into a leadership associate program, and to take advantage of the opportunities in the state workforce. And then once we have that employee here in our agencies, how do we keep them? How do we retain them? So we continue to explore those programs programs, not only with our higher ed partners, but also working closely with OWS and DOL as well to strategize on a number of levels. Again, whether it's LPNs, RNs, social workers, engineers, or other categories of workers. My own agency has experienced these pipeline issues around building officials, fire inspectors, engineers and construction officials that we need at our own agency. And we certainly lost our own share of HR professionals due to retirements and other attrition as well. So my own agency is not numb to these challenges, but I am proud of the collective partnership that we've undertaken with all of our executive agency partners to really look at opportunities collectively, but also individually by subject matter, by agency, to really resolve some challenges and strategize about how we can not only hire now, but also look ahead to the workforce needs for the future, particularly with all the federal funding coming in, ARPA, IDGA funding, and other demands that our agencies have to address critical programs that you and the governor want to see us move forward on. A few things relative to hiring. You will see in the next few weeks a governor's bill that is aimed at the speed of hiring, some statutory issues that we have flagged both at DAS with OPM, the governor's office, and across all of our agencies, a collaborative process to identify some opportunities in statute where we think we can make some changes to effectuate the speed of hiring. So that is something that we're really excited to talk about with all of you in the coming weeks ahead. We are also going to be undertaking a lean process, for lack of a better term, in the coming months to look at the hiring process from start to finish. When the concept of a hire comes into play with the agency and with DAS to onboarding that employee, and some additional process improvements we can make along the way. Since I started my role at DAS, and certainly before, our teams, again, collectively continue to look at ways that we can improve the process. Since we centralized HR at DAS, immediately we were able to streamline the hiring process and take off, 3 to 4 weeks from the point of posting to hire. But we recognize that we need more speed. We need to bring on individuals faster and be more competitive. And so with a number of different initiatives, we're looking to be a more robust employer to bring on and also retain our employees in this state. So much more work to do, but we are very focused, and the governor is very focused as well on these issues of bringing in the workforce that we need, the talented workforce that we need to support our efforts, support our initiatives, and again, to retain that talent so that we don't lose them to other employers or to other opportunities. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. It does. I
Thanks.
appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank
I'll
you.
pass along to my co-chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Duff. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner. Good to see you.
too.
Congratulations on your nomination. Just switching gears a little bit, I just have a few questions. One's on something you briefly touched on, which was the indoor air quality program. I know it was around $150 million or so that was allocated for the program. Can you just touch or expand a little bit on where the program is now? Is the $150 million allocation enough to fund all the projects that were eligible at the time?
Certainly. So we are, our school construction team is currently reviewing the competitive applications that we received from school districts across the state to improve indoor air quality in our schools. So we're excited to participate in this program and to really be a part of that effort. We think it can make an extraordinary difference in our educators' work, and certainly for our students, particularly past COVID or post COVID, as these air quality issues have taken more of a focus. So to your question, Representative, we did receive about 130 applications from school districts across the state. We are currently evaluating those applications now and hope to have grants awarded likely in the next few weeks. I expect by the end of February. So at that time, we'll be able to share more detail about the funding, whether we utilized the entire 150 million, which I expect will be very close to, if not exceed, that through the demand. But really excited to be able to provide those opportunities to schools. It's been a very, again, collaborative approach with our school districts as they've applied for that program. We've also offered flexibility where if school districts or towns were not able to offer referendums or have all the local match funding in place before filing their application, as long as they signified approval forthcoming, we entertained those applications as part of our review process. So again, it's been a collaborative process with not only our schools, but with our union partners, CCM and COST as well throughout this process. And in terms of moving forward, I think that's probably a larger conversation with the governor's office, with OPM and the legislature, certainly about the continuing demand. We are also participating in the air quality task force that has been ongoing, and it's been our pleasure to be a part of that continued discussion.
And then just touching on state assets, how many state buildings are under the purview of DAS at the moment?
So we operate, I can get you the exact number, but we oversee, several hundred buildings across the state. It ranges from property to leased property and to buildings that we own. In many cases, many of our agencies like DOT manage their own property. Other agencies actually oversee their own property, but we may own the building. So there are a variety of different arrangements. We also may own property that has no, particular building on site. We're also undergoing a lot of rehabilitation of property now, such as the Cedar Crest property that will then be available for development, or state use once that is cleaned up and the site is available for reuse. But I can certainly get you the exact number of facilities and properties that we own and manage throughout the state.
Yeah, that'd be great. I know over the last several years, there's been a little bit of a conscious effort to consolidate departments into state-owned buildings rather than leased. So curious if we're still looking to, if that's still the way that the state agencies are going and consolidating into state-owned buildings rather than leased.
Yes, so it's an excellent question. As we look towards the market trends, certainly in the past, our efforts were geared towards owning when it made sense to do so, when interest rates were at a certain level, when properties to own in various areas of Hartford or other areas across the state were at an optimal rate to buy. Now, I think the question is whether we move forward to lease property and whether we want to own and manage those properties on a full-time basis. So we are actually taking on a new effort, really renewing the effort early this year under the direction of Noel Petra, who is familiar to many of you, to really take a closer look and do an analysis, a deep dive on our full book of business, particularly with respect to office space, and really looking at consolidation efforts where it makes sense, looking at some of our older properties that we may not want to invest in for rehabilitation, for upgrades to the facilities, or honestly, where they're just perhaps not the safest, best buildings. So we do have a few of those already that we want to look at more closely and look at either selling or repurposing in a different way. So that is absolutely a priority for us, working with the governor's office and OPM over the next few weeks and few months.
Thank you for that. And then just one or two more questions. I know when you came before us last year, it was just recently after the conversation around the school construction grant program, and I know your department recently just released the audit that was done. Those issues. Do you want to touch a little bit upon some of the findings that Markham identified and some of the ways that you're looking to mitigate those issues?
I'd be happy to, and thank you for the question. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the school construction program has certainly been a topic of interest, conversation, and concern, certainly over the last year and beyond. So at DAS, we've taken a number of steps to restore trust in that program, and we recognize that it may be some time before there's full trust and confidence in that program. But through the course of this past year, as many of you know, we've taken a number of steps. First of all, when the OSCR team, or the Office of School Construction Grant Review team, moved back from OPM back to DAS last year, actually in 2021, we immediately separated out the functions of the operations of the team. So the grant review and the plan review section of that team, and separated out the audit functions of the program, really to provide some consistency and some firewalls between those operations. So now the audit functions are done through our business office and our CFO. And then our plan review and the distribution of grants, the day-to-day work with our schools is under the school construction team, under our construction and real estate division. So that separation of functions was really important to initially restoring confidence in that program. Through additional ongoing efforts, we did engage with an audit or a review with Markham, which is, obviously a well-known company in the state and across the country, to undertake a review of the audits that are done for closed projects of schools. And so essentially it was an audit of the audits, as I indicated last March, I believe, when we presented before the legislature. So that work recently completed. It certainly took longer than we had hoped and anticipated. But what we received as a result of that product was a completed review, a thorough review, going through invoices, change orders, all sorts of receipts and documentation, looking at the audits that the school construction team had done from 2018 to 2021, and doing that thorough analysis and review to ensure that the audits that had been done from that time period had met the criteria, the statutes, and all of the regulations in place for the program. So we're comfortable that that report, again, done by an external vendor, is accurate, is complete, and was thorough. We also received many recommendations as part of that report, which I can share if you haven't had a chance to see that. But many recommendations around electronic records and maintaining records around documentation and record retention rules. Many of the recommendations in that report we had already implemented back when we took over the program in 2021. And then throughout that process with Markham over this past year, we have been working to implement those recommendations as Markham brought them forward to us. And we had those collaborative discussions with them throughout that report process. We've also expanded our communications with schools around the appropriateness of certain expenses, what is eligible for reimbursement under the program, and then what is not. And so we have been working very hard with our school districts and offering additional communications around the statutes, the regulations, and the requirements in many cases that have been instituted by this body that are important to reinforce with our schools. So that's just a few of the highlights around that report. But really pleased with the product of that and the recommendations that it brought forward to our team to, again, reinforce processes and procedures that we needed to put in place at DAS when this program came back to our agency last year.
When hiring Markham, is there an RFP process to hire a firm like that, or do they typically do work with the state?
They're on state contract,
Okay.
but my recollection is that we reviewed several master contract options, and Markham was the most suitable to do this work based on their portfolio.
And did DAS put together a package of deliverables for whomever was part of this?
Yes, so we engaged in a scope of work with Markham to provide them with an outline of the requirements that we were looking to accomplish through this process. And then we continued to expand on that scope of work as we learned more and more about the program and also the needs and requirements that we wanted to address throughout that engagement. And so it's all a very transparent process online under our CT Source program, but you can see the various scope changes where we expanded and refined the scope so that it was transparent and very clear as to what we were asking the vendor to do. And also the schedule and the timeline for performing such a review.
I guess my last question, and this is something that people have been asking me, is as part of that process of the audit, why weren't municipalities more involved in getting involved and Markham asking them questions on what really happened during this process?
So we had always entertained that in phase one of the audit, that this would be an opportunity for DAS to provide the background information, invoices, receipts, change orders that we had on file, and that we would entertain a second phase as needed if that documentation was not complete or there was a need for Markham to go out and connect with municipalities on that data. Fortunately, throughout that process, we were able to provide full files. It took some time. And again, I think that's why we saw an extension of the time to perform the audit. But we were able to provide full files, whether it was paper receipts that we needed to go and find in storage and through various parts of the agency, or electronic files. But through that work, we were able to offer to Markham full complete files of the 111 audits that were done. And so Markham and DAS collaboratively felt that we had the information needed to perform the audit in a thorough and comprehensive approach. But certainly if we had needed to go to the municipalities for that documentation, we would have absolutely done so.
Commissioner, thank you so much. I might have another question or two, but I will open it up to the rest of the committee, starting with Representative Yacarino.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Good morning. Good to see you as well.
We had a nice conversation yesterday, but I want to go back to when we spoke via Zoom last year, about a year ago, and you walked into a mess, I think. You know, your agency was really a mess. And you walked into a beehive or worse. But what I asked you then, and I'm going to ask you now, municipalities and commission and our chair had mentioned it, they should have so much more of a say, because it's when it comes to school construction. And I suggested last year, and I don't think you've done this yet. When you have a school construction project, I would go step by step, like you're doing with a local bank. Each project should be a mini audit, almost like QuickBooks, but on steroids, as far as what we're doing for our taxpayers, our local. Most of that money, much of that money's bonded, and then we're all taxpayers, and our state projects. And none of that was done. So I would suggest then, and I'll suggest now, and I don't think it's been done, and we'd avoid a lot of problems. It's when you have the site work, you have an estimate, that's done, you complete that. Then you have your mechanicals. None of that's ever done. And that's where we have a lot of problems when it comes to these projects. So I'd asked you that last year. I don't know if you remember. I know you get a lot of questions, but I asked you that again yesterday, and I don't think we've done it. Is that correct? And why haven't we done it? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am, though.
So as clarification, and I appreciated our conversation last year and certainly, yesterday as well. And I've certainly learned a lot through this process. In addition, there's a lot to this complex grant program. So when we initiate, or when a school district initiates a grant request through our office, they do have to apply, and they submit a very comprehensive application and attestation of proper use of funding. So significant attestations by the superintendent, the Board of Education chair, and other stewards within local government. We follow that grant process from start to finish. So from the time of grant application to shovels going in the ground, to the time of audit, when we issue the final payment to a school district. So we don't just, issue the grant and then wait, 4 or 5 years for the project to complete and then pay out the remaining money. There is a significant operation that we, through the school construction team, follow throughout that time period. So prior to design, or when at the time of design and the school district getting that funding, they have to certify to certain procedures, offer, documentation, any change orders that have taken place, and meet that expectation, and any and also be reminded of what are ineligible costs versus eligible costs. And that continued communication occurs throughout that process. And then at the time of construction, that also is reinforced. So there is a continued collaborative effort with our team across that process. So I want to reinforce that. And then certainly at the time of audit is again the time when school districts provide all of the files, all of the documentation, change orders, invoices, receipts, and our audit team then goes through that entire file again and looks for ineligible or eligible costs. And we hold back a certain portion of the funding. It's about 11% or so, depending on the project. And we hold back that money really until we see the entire packet. And once that audit is approved, that is when they get that final grant. So it is a very comprehensive, labor intensive, statutory, regulatory driven process, but very open to additional mechanics that we can provide, or documentation that I can certainly to provide to you, Representative, to bring additional.
I appreciate that
clarification.
answer, but I still don't think it's clarified. Even when we just had there's an issue with this portable schools, nobody knows where they are. So if there's any auditing, and you just presented an audit recently, and it really wasn't a thorough audit for a project. And that's the concern is just transparency. And again, you walked into, I think last year you walked into a mess, I think. I said beehive, really a hornet or wasp nest. But the fact is, there are issues, and it's about trust, and not per se you, but trust for the agency. And we need to have I think a clearer picture. And do you know where those portable schools went? Do you know what's going on with that? The classrooms, rather?
So I would need more information on the portable schools you're referring to, but I do also want to point out that there are some issues related to the ongoing investigation on the federal side. And so that could be related to, to that as well. What I want to reinforce is that the school districts are really running their school programs. And it is our job to work with those school districts to ensure that the funding is utilized in the appropriate way based on the statutes, based on the regulations that you set before us and for that program. Our job is also to rebuild the trust, again, which I mentioned in my opening comments for this program. We recognize that may take some time, but we are really comfortable with the steps that we've taken to date to really build a new structure to separate out the functions of the various programs within the school construction team. But we know that we have more work to do to build that trust and to ensure that the statutes and the regulations are followed in accordance with the law. So we're working to address those issues. It's an ongoing effort, but we are really looking forward to continuing to build that trust, not only with you, but with our school districts as well moving forward.
I appreciate that. Your agency is so large. TAS touches state buildings, schools, pretty much really DMV, pretty much everything. And I guess that goes back to, I know I bring up school construction, but that's my issue, is that it touches so many different areas. And if they can't, it's hard to get that aspect under control. And it's still, I don't think it's still under control as far as the auditing, the transparency, and that's my concern. So when the other parts of your purview, like whoever, there's so much to oversee. And I don't know if I just don't have a clear picture.
I would add, and I appreciate your concerns, and I take them seriously. What I would also offer is that we work very closely with the auditors of public accounts under your purview. They continue to look at this program, offer recommendations, and are also an independent watchdog for this program as well. So while we are reviewing all of our policies and procedures, reinforcing the straightforward nature moving forward of this program, and working to address any concerns or inappropriateness of the program in the past. We are moving forward in a number of ways to rectify any of those wrongs. Again, I think it takes time to do that. But through the measures that we've taken, through moving forward on the priority list, posting the non-priority list, which was a legislative initiative of DAS last year to add more transparency to that non-priority list moving forward. The work that we've done under the HVAC program, really confident in our team and the work that they can do, not only to service our school districts that are very much in need, but to really offer that transparency of service and to really provide efficient service delivery, and also communicate with you, our stakeholders, our schools around the programs that we offer and how to run those programs. So
I appreciate that. I just, two more questions.
sure.
Back to the Birch School. You can't even comment where that was $90 million. You have no idea what happened with the classroom,
So
portable classroom.
again, I would point to this likely being as part of the federal investigation. I'm not able to comment on, many aspects or the aspects of the investigation. So unfortunately, I would like to provide you additional information. It's not that I'm not wanting to offer that to you, but there are certain issues that I'm either not aware of or that are under the purview of the investigation. So,
All right, thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. So because of the investigation, has that hindered your job being commissioner? You have the state colleges, state buildings,
Mhm.
there's so many different projects. Does that hinder you in any way or not really?
Not at all. And thank you for that question. I think that the investigation that is taking place does not impact the day-to-day work of DAS. What it does reinforce is our need every day, not only as DAS, but across all of government, to abide by the statutes, abide by the laws, abide by the regulations, and really work together and be transparent about our programs and be that responsible steward of funding and the taxpayers' dollars. So it's actually a reminder and a reinforcement to all of us of the job that we have to do as public servants and reinforcing that public trust. So for me and also for our team, it's been an opportunity to, really look broadly at our full portfolio. But it's also a really exciting time aside from the investigation and whatever is happening, on that front. We are challenged in so many ways at DAS and across state government, but it's exciting and it's an opportunity for us to do so much on an impactful level. When I think about some of our greener government initiatives that we're doing throughout our agency, some of our digital equity work that we touched on with Senator Duff and Representative Concepcion, the ability to make a difference in lives across the state, really build up our workforce to support our state hospitals and other facilities that are in need of that workforce. There is so much about the DAS team that excites us, and I'm really proud to be a part of that team.
They do a great job. The employees, the construction projects, the administration part of it has done a terrific job overall. My concern is, and again, it was before you, was the transparency. With the bonding covenant we put in place a few years ago, has that given you more clarity as far as the project coming forward? Or because we don't bond as much money, but you do have a lot of projects in front of you as far as state projects.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the
The
first?
bonding we don't bond as much as we borrowed in the past for projects.
Mhm.
So is that you have a better skill set as far as planning 2 years down the road, 4 years down the road, 3 years down the road, or does it make a difference?
Yes, so we have a significant number of projects that we're working to implement, whether they're in the study and design phase or in the implementation phase. So one of the exciting projects we were able to help support and see to fruition this year was at Southern Connecticut State University when the HHS building was unveiled. And it's not only an academic building, but really a lab for students and for children and others in need of health and human services, whether it's services for autistic children or speech therapy and other, health services for the New Haven region. So seeing the work that our team did and invested in that effort and to be a part of that effort was really, really exciting for not only me, but for our team. We also continue to support not only our higher education partners, but other state agency partners with their needs. So we'll be working with DEMIS, on a number of issues that they have, to expand and to renovate many of their facilities, in particular at Whiting Forensic Hospital, where that site needs significant rehabilitation, not only to support the patients in a better, more appropriate way, but also the staff. So we're really looking forward to moving that work ahead. And so with respect to many of the bonding projects, those are moving ahead, and we're, again, staffing up to ensure that we can move those forward appropriately with our partner agencies, but also with the IDGA funding that's coming through. Our digital equity team under the CEN program just received a digital equity grant that will allow us to do some planning efforts around digital equity for our rural, urban, and other underserved areas. So many opportunities to really look at the funding that's coming in from the federal government, as well as through state bonding, and ways to invest in our communities, our state agency partners, and really impact our residents. So excited about that work that touches in.
I appreciate that. There's a lot of good things ahead of us. I appreciate your answers. Appreciate your time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kelly, followed by Representative Nuccio and Senator Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning,
Good
Commissioner.
morning, Senator.
11 months ago, you came before this committee, and at that time I had several questions because I think it's important that we also put this back in context of where we were 11 months ago for those viewers at home that are watching this, because I think this is important to the conversation that's going on right now. At that time, there was subpoenas issued by the federal government with regards to purported problems, wrongdoing with regards to school construction. There was a resignation of both a DAS commissioner and an OPM secretary. You were appointed as a successor and came before this committee, where the exact questions we're asking today were asked then. And what you represented to me at that time was basically that with regards to the school construction improprieties, alleged improprieties, that one of the largest issues our agency has is with respect to our school construction efforts. I am committed to advancing that program to ensure maximum transparency and full accounting of all funds and processes and procedures right away. A full review. We look forward to working with you. You deserve transparency. You deserve answers. We were then promised a deliverable by the end of April. The scope of work that was issued also was on that timeline, but yet nothing was ever brought to the legislature to do that, to discuss this, even though reports in September came out that this was lacking. Now, one of the concerns that we had then that remains here today is that we are a separate but equal branch of government. We're the legislature. It's our right, the people we serve's right, to understand what's going on. That's why we wanted to have the public auditors look at this, and the legislature was dismissed because they couldn't turn it around quick enough. The report that you said was that you were going to make sure that that was part of the contracts, that when granting the RFP to the auditor, they would be held to that end of April deadline. So we couldn't use our investigative tool. Instead, the legislature was told it had to trust the executive to police itself. And here we are today. This report didn't come to us by the end of April. We didn't get it until this month, 11 months after the fact. That's not timely. My first question is, are you looking to expand the scope of the audit?
I'm sorry. I wanted to be sure you had that initial question, that you didn't have a series of questions for me initially. Thank you, Senator, at the outset for your questions and also for your continued outreach on these efforts. And I respect fully your interest in this important issue and the significance of this, not only to our school construction program, but across all of state government. And I, again, share the concern and the relevance, importance of this to your daily work as legislators and brokering as well that trust for your constituents. So in response to, many of your comments, I know we have communicated, through letters and correspondence over the last few months, and our work, while the review did take many more months than I had hoped. It was important to get the audit correct and thorough and right. In particular, we spent taxpayer dollars to do the audit, and it's our obligation to make sure, working with Markham, that it was done appropriately, fully, and correctly. And so rather than expediting that audit at a certain timeline that we had hoped to meet, we realized that it was extremely important to get the audit right, to make sure that we had all of the documentation to do that process thoroughly. And so again, it took time, more time than we anticipated, to collect all the relevant records for 111 audits that range from small desk audits based on the dollar amount of those projects to larger audits that are considered on-site audits that typically our team would do with a school system on-site with that school district. So a range of complexity that was required to do the audit correctly. And we felt that we owed that not only to you, but to the taxpayers, to the governor, and to the administration fully. So what you received this month is that it is a full, complete product that I think we believe meets the needs and goals that we set out to provide. In terms of a second phase of audit, we would certainly entertain any need to do so, but we would want to understand the scope of that. We did a 3-year look back on school construction audits, again, looking at receipts and invoices, looking at 111 school projects spanning millions and millions of dollars that were provided to school districts for their school construction products or projects. Through that process, again, we looked at procedures and processes within the DAS administration of that program, and also on the school district's part with respect to eligible and ineligible expenses. The processes and procedures that were recommended by Markham to our team have been implemented, every single recommendation. And many of those recommendations, as I mentioned, were implemented even before we conducted this report and engaged in that effort. And then many of them were conducted throughout that process. What I can again reassure you is that every one of those recommendations in that report has been met and was met before the issuance of that January audit report. So I think it's important, again, to bring us back as well to the purpose of that audit was looking at processes and procedures internally to DAS and to bring that the overall grant program back to the point of reviewing the statutes, following the program required under the Connecticut statutes and regulations. And that's what we are very focused on doing and feel that we have accomplished over this past time period, really a year or more. So I hope that in part answers your question, Senator. In terms of the auditors of public accounts, we have been in communication with them throughout this process. They do have a copy of the report as well. We look forward to their comments, any concerns that they have on that audit. And we expect that they, as they do with all of the executive agency programs, will be looking further at the school construction program as well as all of DAS's programs moving forward. So we continue to work well with our audit team as they look at all of our records, all of our processes, all of our procedures. And that's been an ongoing effort really with the legislature and with the auditors since their inception. But again, I hope that answers your questions. And I know you may have more as well.
Yeah, actually, it didn't. The question was, are you looking to expand the scope of the audit? I think the way you answered the question is exactly why the legislature has an issue with what happened here. You've defined what you want to look at, but you're not looking at what we would like to look at. Whenever the federal government investigates conduct and issues subpoena, it's not a good day. Taxpayers take note. Taxpayers talk to us. Our constituents are concerned about the management of their government. And what we need is strong, swift, and timely action with regards to that. So the question remains, are you looking to expand the scope of the audit?
Not at this time.
Okay. So the audit that you did have done, that you say is thorough, I think your adjectives, complete, thorough, rebuilds trust. The scope of work for the engagement did not include outreach to school districts, nor did we perform any work on site at the school districts. The school audit team within the DAS business office served as the direct and sole point of contact for the Markham team during the engagement.
Mhm.
So Markham didn't communicate with any other party other than your office, correct?
The audit team did not need to, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Markham did not need to engage with the schools or the municipalities. And that is because we were able to provide all of the relevant documentation for them to audit the audits of the school construction projects.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that DAS controlled what they saw and didn't see.
We oversaw the contract, yes.
Correct. And to the extent that Markham actually put a limitation on the audit. And the limitation reads that they relied upon information provided by the DAS and other sources for our analysis. No representation or warranty, expressed or implied, is made by Markham as to the accuracy or completeness of the information relied upon. So how can you say this is a complete audit and it's thorough when the auditors say it's not?
I would point to the fact that the scope of the audit was to look at our procedures and to look at tightening up our processes moving forward. And also to look at the audits that were done over a 3-year period. That work was done. There were no findings around the audits that were reviewed. Again, 111 audits across that time frame that pointed to deficiencies in the work that was performed under those audits by the school construction team. Deficiencies that were identified were procedural in nature around maintaining electronic records and recommendations for that, document retention, making sure that files were collectively filed together and not in separate boxes or separate files, within a computer program, and other administrative recommendations. So again, moving forward, we have instituted those administrative recommendations. And again, through the work that we have done over the last 16 months, separating out the functions of the program and then the audit functions. And again, all of the other communications that I've mentioned before with our school districts, reminding our districts of ineligible and eligible expenses, the appropriate uses of contracts. We feel moving forward that we've taken appropriate steps around this program. That does not mean that the work is done. There is more to do.
To do with regards to what? The side on you side, on the DAS side, or you're going to actually start looking at the municipal side?
So again, through the process that we've just undertaken, we feel confident that the audits, the audit process was conducted thoroughly, that schools that received the funding that they were granted and awarded was done appropriately. What we did through this audit process was, again, look at our administrative procedures around the management of that program. So this was not an investigation of the school construction program. It was a focus on the audit program. We do not have the ability, and I don't think it would be appropriate for us to investigate ourselves in the manner of a full internal investigation. And I also want to point again to the federal investigation that is underway. If there are other efforts or audits that the legislature would like to take up with the auditors of public accounts, we more than welcome that. We have really ensured that there's transparency around this program moving forward. And again, look to your feedback in terms of how a better job we can move forward, not only with transparency, but administering this program.
Well, my input and comment 11 months ago was to look at the municipal side of this. Why would it be inappropriate to do that?
Can you clarify?
The municipal side, meaning where the federal investigation and subpoenas are being issued. Nothing was done in your audit to look at that part of the equation. All you did basically was looked at the documents that you have, but didn't really address why the federal government was getting involved in this conduct and why and what taxpayers and constituents were concerned about. And here we are 11 months later to find out. And at that time, I'll also refresh your recollection that you promised to look at that you were going to start with this. And then based on this audit, you would then expand. And now what I heard this morning was that, no, you're not going to do that. And I want to know why you're not going to be doing that.
Throughout this process, I think it's important to offer as well that we have had multiple communications with our municipalities, with our staff and with others around this program. municipalities have been encouraged to bring forward any information that they felt could be helpful to the federal investigation. Again, that's a separate effort that we have, and I have very little knowledge of, and that's appropriate and something that, obviously cannot speak to today. As we encourage municipalities to come forward with any issues that they had seen throughout the administration of the program, we have engaged in some of those issues that have been raised. One issue of note is the New London issue regarding demolition. And then there have been other schools that have come forward with other similar issues around contracting issues where they may have been directed to utilize different processes and procedures than outlined in our current regulations and statutes around bidding and competitive processes. And so we are moving forward to rectify those issues as they come to light. And it's obviously very disruptive for many of our school districts and many of our communities. But we are going through that exercise now to indeed look at some of those issues as they come forward and as they may relate to the federal investigation, but again, in a very balanced and careful approach, so as not to impede on the work of the federal investigation. But we do, and it's our obligation to look at some of the missteps or mistakes of school districts under that time. And again, that's some of the issues that you're seeing in the press now and that you may see over the next few years that are coming to light. So we are certainly working with those districts, and I expect more to come forward as we work with them on eligible expenses, non-eligible expenses, and the procedures that were followed that may not have been appropriate under that program. So I do want to assure you that the work does not end with that audit report, but every day our school construction team, our audit team is looking at those issues and working with the school districts on options moving forward, or where they may have to seek special legislation to rectify some of these issues, because it ultimately may cost money for some of our municipalities moving forward.
I hear the word assurance. I hear the word trust. And I hope you can appreciate the problem I'm having with that, given that there hasn't really been transparency here with us. We've had to resort to writing letters. We've had to poke and prod to get to where we are. And quite frankly, the question is, are you going to do anything independent? Or is even that going to be under the control of your agency when you're reviewing what's going on?
So our agency does not have the ability to conduct an investigation of ourselves. We don't have the staff or the resources. And I would also caution, I'm not sure that that would be appropriate. Again, in the construct of a federal investigation that's ongoing, I would also want to be cognizant of that effort moving forward. If again, beyond the efforts that we've undertaken, again, we believe a comprehensive audit of the audits of 3 years within this time period. And then our continued efforts daily on grant programs that are seeking reimbursement that are underway now as ongoing projects, and those moving forward for new projects, new construction, renovation, the HVAC program. We are, again, monitoring all of those projects for appropriate use of taxpayer dollars, following the statutes, following the procedures that are set forth. So that's my commitment to you, is that moving forward, it is a new day for us. And that's my commitment to you and to the General Assembly as well.
With regards to this federal investigation, obviously something happened, but don't know what it is. It may be problematic. It may not. It's an allegation, I suppose. But I mean, just looking at it from a layperson's perspective, If somebody broke a window and entered into your home and took something, or was alleged to have taken something, and the police were involved in investigating, wouldn't the homeowner fix the window and then investigate to see if anything was missing from the house, and also take steps to secure the home from this happening again? That's what the taxpayers are asking. Something happened here that got the federal government involved. We don't know what it is. And I'm not hearing that there's any drive to try and get to the bottom of that and to do something about it. And there may be problems as to why your agency might not be able to do it, but why can't we engage services like Markham with a scope of work to do that? To look at that issue, to protect the taxpayer's wallet from constant government drain.
I'm sorry, is that a question or a comment for me?
Well, can you do that?
So as I indicated,
What are you going to, you're giving me these assurances,
Mhm.
doubting Thomas. Okay, trust but verify. Show me, what are you doing? Where's the report on that? Where's the action items? It took 11 months to get this.
So again, as I mentioned, we have taken a number of steps in response to the concerns of the legislature, the concerns of the governor, and certainly as we took back this program to address a number of issues that we identified in the administration of the program. In terms of investigating further, while a federal investigation is going on and being conducted around, a significant scope of these issues, it would be inappropriate, in my view, to investigate ourselves. And I'm not sure, again, that we have that authority to do so. I would also argue that that probably would not meet your standard as well for us administering such a contract to investigate ourselves and oversee such an effort.
Okay.
And so what we have done here, again, is engaged with an audit firm to review 3 years of audits, review the dollars that went out under that program and the procedures associated with that. And then we have taken steps, certainly before that engagement and throughout that engagement, to really go back to providing trust around this program through following the statutes, following the procedures set in process and regulations, and again, communicating those standards to our school partners. So that is, in my view, our job. It's an ongoing process. That work is never done. But I am moving forward comfortable with that approach because we've heard that feedback from our schools, from our partners, from legislators, that the program is moving forward in a better direction and meeting the taxpayer obligations that are set forth and charged to DAS.
So this is a different position than you took last March, where you said you would take this audit and then look at that and expanding the scope. So it appears that you've taken a different position. Would you then agree and request the legislature and the public auditors to engage in that, to get the review, to make sure that this is A, not continuing, but B, more importantly, that whatever was in place has been I'm going to say reviewed, analyzed, and to make sure that this isn't possible to occur going forward? Would you join or ask the legislature to engage in that conduct?
I respect the authority that the legislative branch has, and I defer to your judgment, your direction, and your authority to make those actions moving forward. I would not presume to recommend certain action to you, recognizing the authority under your branch and under your leadership. So I respect, again, too much the authority and the independence of your branch without making such a judgment.
Uh, So there were, just to go back on this again, so there were allegations that certain municipalities were directed to reject certain bids and to use other contractors. What changes has DAS made to ensure that the allegations that have been made can't occur in the future?
Thank you again for that question. This is an important part of what I mentioned earlier, and I'm happy to reinforce around our communications to school districts around eligible and ineligible expenses when receiving their grants. So the requirements in statute and in other areas of the program are around competitive bidding. And again, reinforcing those statutes and those guidelines have been paramount to us taking back this program and reinforcing that guidance and those mandates, quite honestly, with our school partners. So again, the bidding process, going through bids for certain projects, depending on the dollar amount, reinforcing the school district's obligation to in fact demonstrate competitive bidding practices, meet certain benchmarks for competitive bidding, and also meeting minority bidding processes as well, have been fundamental to us taking over this program and establishing public trust around the program.
Can you explain what you did as the Deputy Chief Operating Officer at DAS?
Mm. So as Deputy COO, it was, in my view, one of the highlights of my career. It was also one of the most challenging times of my career. I had come over just a few days before the pandemic to serve DAS and the governor's office. Little did I know that within, a day or two, the pandemic would be declared, across the country and throughout the state. My primary focus throughout my tenure as Deputy COO was around COVID response, working closely with the Department of Public Health, our other direct care agencies, working closely with our towns and cities, healthcare partners and others, initially to work on, hospital, hospital options, at under tents and, the convention center and other areas to prepare for an onslaught of hospital requirements and needs. It was also to implement testing programs at a time when testing was not readily available. There was no ability to go to a local pharmacy and get a rapid test. Testing was non-existent. So our top focus was to go into vulnerable communities and provide access to testing as the testing capacity across the country ramped up quickly. And then we also worked very closely to provide vaccine administration in vulnerable communities, but also across our state employee populations as well, particularly in direct care, the corrections populations, and other congregate settings. So that's a really broad overview of some of my roles as Deputy COO. Again, majority focused on COVID response, working with community partners, working with our state agencies and others around those efforts. I'll also mention that I did work on implementing some cost savings initiatives, some efficiency initiatives as well, while that response, ebbed and flowed, depending on the various outbreaks of, various phases of the disease or of the pandemic. But really proud to have served in that role during that time and to have met so many people on the ground that saved lives quite literally and dedicated so much of their time, 24 hours a day, 7 hours, 7 days a week. Everyone from the military to our community health centers to other areas of our government and community response.
Okay, now you gave us a nice example, but as the deputy chief operating officer, isn't that oversee like the day-to-day operations administration of the agency?
So under the deputy COO, it was less of a DAS role and more of an operating officer support role. As you may recall, Commissioner Josh Jabal not only served as the commissioner of DAS, but was chief operating officer for the governor. So my capacity really was to serve as a deputy to him. And at that time of the COVID pandemic, particularly during that first year prior to vaccines and testing being widely available, I would say that a large part of the government operation across our executive branch, certainly with the legislature, across higher ed and other areas, it was largely dedicated to shifting government to saving lives and really focusing our efforts on COVID response.
No, I'm not trying to displace what all our communities went through during the COVID pandemic. What I'm trying to get at is the job function of a COO. Obviously, it was Commissioner Jabal, but you were deputy to him. Did that not include looking at the operations of the department, the administrative operations as a deputy chief operating officer? That would be part of your task, is to look at the operations and the day-to-day business of the department. It happened to be during COVID, but still.
Actually, in clarification, my role was really a statewide role, working with cross-agency initiatives. It was less about working for DAS specifically. I did work certainly with the DAS team on a number of issues and initiatives around procurement, human resource issues around vaccine administration and other issues. But as deputy COO, my role really spanned across the executive branch, working, with the governor's office, working with all of our executive branch agencies to implement cross-agency work, and to really be someone that could bring together and implement cross-agency initiatives that were a priority for the governor, and also for our agencies collectively.
Okay.
So it was less of a DAS specific role,
Okay.
if that's helpful.
So then who in the department now has that function, that responsibility?
So to the best of my knowledge, the governor has not identified a new COO or deputy COO, but that is really a function of the governor's office. So I would have to defer to the governor on that role.
I'm not talking about the governor. I'm talking about you as commissioner who oversees this department.
So within DAS, I have 4 deputy commissioners that oversee various issues or subject areas of the agency. But the COO and deputy COO functions, again, were more statewide in nature. But for me at DAS, I have 4 deputies and then a series of senior leaders and other staff, certainly, that perform the functions and day-to-day work of our agency.
Okay, and who's overseeing the part of the agency that deals with the school construction?
So we just brought in at the end of October a new Oscar director. So really proud to work with him. Doug Rogers came in again end of October. He has a background of working at CREC and also with other school districts on school construction, facilities management, military background, which we have enjoyed because, there's not a lot of diversion from procedures and process in the military. And he's been able to bring that vision to the school construction team as well, but a great deal of knowledge overseeing the Oscar team in particular. And then our school construction audit team is overseen by our CFO, Yoletta Lazowskis.
Now, as part of that responsibility, have you tasked them with making procedural and structural change to the program to make sure going forward that the alleged abuses that happened on the contracting side on the municipalities doesn't happen again?
Your question was
Have
is
you-
part of their charge.
Have
is-
you tasked these new individuals that are responsible for this program with making procedural and structural changes so that the alleged conduct that occurred doesn't happen again?
Absolutely. And that is not only a task associated to them, but also to our entire DAS team. It's important to note that when these allegations came to light, we not only reinforced ethics training across our agency and mandated that agency-wide for all of our employees, but then certainly have the annual ethics training in place for employees routinely. So our staff really essentially had 2 ethics trainings this past year, and we'll have another one this year as is required. But certainly that is reinforced not only for our school construction team, but across all of our agency leadership and employees, whether they're managing federal funds relative to our digital equity programs, or overseeing our IT funding, HR processes and privacy concerns. So we take those concerns and those practices very seriously.
And will we get a report both on those procedural and structural changes as well as of the 83 out of the 111 files that were defects, how they were cured?
I'm happy to provide additional detail around that audit report. I'm not certain what you're referring to on the 83.
According to the audit, it found that there were defects on 83, just 75% of DAS files. Of the 111 files that they audited had defects of one form or another.
So by and large, I think that, and we can get you the specifics on what those details were for each of the 83 files if you'd like. By and large, it's my understanding that that meant that there was certain documentation that was not organized appropriately. Maybe perhaps files were not fully complete. And as part of that exercise, we work to ensure complete files as part of the audit review. But I'm happy to provide additional detail on each of those 83 files, if not the 111, if you'd prefer.
Yes, I would like the explanation on the 83 defects and what's being done to cure, and when would we be getting that?
Sure. And just to be clear, it's my understanding that we have cured all of those. So it's not necessarily an ongoing issue, but that those issues have been resolved.
Okay, but when would we get the report that would say it's been done?
Let me check with my team, but that's something that I would like to get to you as quickly as possible so that you have that information to review. But I don't want to promise that you'll have it by the end of the week. But I would like to get that to you very quickly. It should be organized and able to be filed to you in short order.
Am I looking at 4 weeks, the end of April, or next January? Like, could you give me a ballpark?
I would say within the next few weeks.
Okay. On your resume, you indicated that you have community advocacy as a member of a school building committee campaign.
Mhm.
What was that?
So I live in Colchester, and like many of us had some older buildings as our school, as part of our school buildings for our public schools. It was many, many years ago, far before I took on this role. So there is no conflict, but I was proud to be part of a parent-driven effort around our school referendum to support or to increase support for our school building referendum project to rebuild and renovate our middle school, which was a building that had gone back into 1950 design time and needed, extraordinary rehabilitation, both around ADA compliance, air quality issues, develop a smaller footprint, more energy efficient footprint. My town often has a history of not approving school referendums, senior center referendums, budget referendums, and others. And this was a important project for parents and others to see forward. So I was proud to be a part of that effort. But again, long before I took on any role associated with GAS.
Now, getting back to the scope of work, it not only called for a review of DAS, but also, and the school construction, but also the hazmat funds.
Mhm.
I don't see that in the report, in the audit report. What's going on with that?
Certainly, and thanks for the question. We take this audit review very seriously as well. That review is ongoing. We are reviewing the hazmat contracts that were utilized by schools, by communities, by others. And that work is continuing. We've also engaged Markham in that review as well. So I hope to be able to share more information around that program and the findings of that audit in short order. My hope is the next 4 to 6 weeks, but I hesitate to put a time period to that. Similar to the school construction audit, we want to be able to present a strong, complete, and thorough product for you, our taxpayers, and others to review. But we look forward to presenting those findings and more important, to implementing any recommendations that come out of that report moving forward.
Now, the cost of the initial scope of work was $250,000 that included review of that hazmat.
Mhm.
The fact that it's not included, did that reduce the cost you paid Markham? Or did they get the same amount for doing less work than was required under the scope of work?
So it's my understanding the 240,000 is really for the school construction audit product, and that does not include the hazmat audit. I can verify that, but I believe that's under a separate account, and we can certainly provide you with an updated amount on encumbrances on the hazmat audit to date, and also certainly provide you with the total once that report is completed.
Okay, so I'm missing something. The scope of work that I have, which is 16 PSX 0081, was a scope of work for an audit of school construction grant program final schools audits, and 2, an audit of the Office of School Construction Grants review of the hazmat funds from January 18 until December 21.
Mhm.
Now, the timeline was 4 weeks, and this goes back to February 8th. Was 4 weeks to complete the first review of school audits, 4 weeks to complete the outstanding school audit, and then in the next 5 weeks, review of the hazmat funds. Says here that the scope of work will not exceed $250,000. Now, this scope of work was for both at $250,000. So you're saying that the hazmat hasn't been done. I guess the question is hazmat also included under this, or are they getting additional funds for hazmat audit?
I will verify, but my understanding is that we had spent 240,000 approximately on the school construction audit. If that's incorrect, I will clarify for you, after this hearing. But my understanding is that the hazmat audit is a separate, it's related in terms of the scope of work, but it's a separate endeavor. And I think being paid for on a separate invoice, because they're separate projects. They're under the same contract in terms of scope of work and execution of that work. But I think we are tracking the school construction audit program as a separate expense, and then the hazmat project as a separate expense. But I can verify that for you so that you have those full figures.
But it says the scope of work, which included both, will not exceed 250,000. And it sounds as if the hazmat audit is not going to come in at less than $10,000.
Correct. So let me verify that scope, make sure that that is the most current one. And then also if we've made any amendments to the scope and also to the purchase orders and invoices coming in. What I want to reinforce as well is that we need this work done and we need it done correctly and thoroughly. We will I'll review those scopes and also the invoicing. But because of the hours required to do these projects thoroughly, it is possible that the dollar amount has increased depending on the complexity of each project.
I agree. We need to get to the bottom of this. Okay. But once again, I hope you can appreciate my frustration is that we wanted the public auditors to do this to begin with. Okay. They probably could have done it cheaper. Okay. But it didn't fit what you were saying was the required timeline, and that these auditors, the people who responded to this scope of work, were going to you're going to hold their feet to the fire. Okay. So we couldn't use the legislative branch of auditors that are actually paid for by the taxpayers and may be able to do this at a lower cost, which would be fiscally prudent. Instead, we hired a private auditor to come in. The scope of work included these two audit components. Now they've been broken apart, and it sounds as if even the $250,000 is going to be exceeded. So when we look at why people don't become upset with the way government behaves, it's examples like this, where you may have a less expensive option. You choose not to use it because you're saying they can't perform in the time frame, which at the time you were making the promise was the end of April, turned out to be 11 months. And I have full confidence that the auditors could have turned this around in 11 months at a lower cost. And now to find out that the contract and the scope of work have been broken apart and it's going to even exceed the 250,000 is frustrating, especially for those of us who hear from our constituents that Connecticut is unaffordable. It's very expensive to live in the state of Connecticut. And whether you're talking about energy, which is the big topic wherever you go, healthcare, to the cost of government itself. And its choices, I think, that government makes that doesn't contemplate the taxpayer. So I've read the report. I've looked back over the letters I've sent. I don't really believe or feel that we've had that transparent and I'm going to say thorough relationship that I would hope for. There were a lot of concerns that were raised 11 months ago. I don't see that we've really advanced the flag much further. We spent a lot of money for a nice report, but you heard me when I said what the limitations to that were. so it really doesn't get to the bottom of it. There were promises, and you know, it was actually the letter you sent me on favorite day of mine, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day of last year, where you indicated that it may be necessary to reach out to certain municipalities to review their files and to look at the municipal side of this. But now here we are, once again, 11 months later, and we're not looking in that direction. I think that's a worthy exercise. I think it's what people expect their government to do. It's what they would do in their own life if they found something going on where there was an alleged impropriety that may have happened in a financial transaction. It may even have been a bank that was involved in that occurred. They would take steps in their own life to protect their funds and report back to other family members as to what they did. And I don't feel that that's happened here. We haven't been kept up to speed. We weren't informed. And I heard you say that you're posting things on a website, but when you're getting letters from a legislator, letters and a conversation that we had in March of last year, where I brought the concerns I have today are the same concerns I had then. And you made certain representations to me, both in verbally and in writing, that certain things were going to happen. I would expect that when we didn't meet those timeframes, that you would report back and say, here's what's happening. This is why we need more time, or we're going in a different direction. That didn't occur. It's why I have the questions I have. It's why I look at this and I'm concerned. Going forward, should you be renominated, I hope that changes, because that's not the way I envision government to work. I envision government to be much more collaborative. We all work for the same boss, and it's called the people of the state of Connecticut. That's what we get up for every day. I do and you do, to serve those folks, because that's what public service is. This is what they're demanding of us. They want answers. They want to make sure their government is effective and efficient and it works for them. The whole school construction, with what the purported improprieties are, have raised nothing but questions. I was promised answers 11 months ago. And here I am 11 months later, and I have more questions than I have answers. And that's not the way government should work. So with that, I don't have anything further at this time, and I will yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio, followed by Senator Martin and Senator Summers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your nomination again.
Thank you.
I hate to go back to the subject that we've been talking about, but this is a subject that really kind of influenced my town quite a bit. In listening to what you were saying about the audit that was done and reviewing all of the past processes. So the current review or audit contains recommendations of changes to be put in place when the program came back to DAS, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Along with what Senator Kennedy was, I'm sorry, Kelly, sorry. You know, it got to be on the Irish thing. I'm Irish too. You wouldn't know by the name, but I'm Irish also. So, you know, he's got me thinking of St. Patrick's Day already. So I guess just looking for a little bit of clarification on why there were no updates along the process to legislators, so that we could really ensure that the questions that we had from constituents, from our towns and within ourselves, that they could be directed in the audit.
So just to clarify, can you just repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Why were there no updates to the legislature on the status of the audit, or where it was, what process we were in at the time? So we could just ensure that the questions that our residents and that we had were being addressed.
Certainly. And thanks for the question, and look forward to the work as well together. So throughout the course of the engagement, I do feel that this was really an internal process to a large degree. But we did communicate with our legislative delegation, as questions came in. But knowing that you have multiple priorities, didn't want to bombard you with updates that really indicated that this process was ongoing. And so until we had some substantive reports and recommendations, and until the process was complete, we felt that it was important to continue with that process. But certainly as you had inquiries, and I know Senator Kelly had a few throughout that time period, we certainly responded to those inquiries, whether it was through you, through municipalities, through the governor's office, or through the press. But again, really, it was important to us to ensure that this process was complete and thorough. And again, I think we responded to inquiries as they came in, but without full recommendations and a full report, we did not want to offer any preliminary updates without that report being complete. We wanted to be respectful of that process moving forward.
So I would just say to that, in response, the onus is kind of on you in that timeframe, right? Because you understand what you're auditing, what you're looking at,
Mhm.
and the legislature is just trusting that you are doing a full scope of things. So I think if people had known you were just looking at certain pieces, questions could have been raised to question where we were going with the audit and whether or not it was going to answer everybody's questions. So I think that is definitely an opportunity for your area to understand and going forward with stuff like this, that we are 3 separate branches of government, but we are responsible to each other. And in this case, you were charged with the audit. So I think it would have been a better process had people understood exactly what you were doing. For instance, you've said a couple of times now, when people have brought up different things that we thought should have been looked at, it would not be appropriate for us to investigate ourselves. But you kind of did, right? The audit is literally an investigation of the practices, and the scope was defined by the processes that were happening in DAS. And I feel for you, because you're kind of on the hot seat for something that, you did not initiate and control, but now we've stepped in and asked you to be that person to control it and to make sure that it's being run correctly. So with this audit, from what I heard from you, the purpose was looking at the process and procedure in DAS. And I just have to say, I'm a financial analyst, and when we look at data, we have this saying, garbage in, garbage out, right? So with garbage in, garbage out, I wouldn't say what you did was a comprehensive audit, but a select audit, which reviewed the old audits. So it didn't audit the entire process to kind of figure out what happened. It audited the audits which occurred. And those audits in and of themselves are tainted. And I say that because without reaching out to the municipalities, without understanding what was driving those invoices, it's easy to look at a bunch of pieces of paper and say, this piece of paper followed the procedure. This piece of paper followed the procedure. But without saying, why did you engage that? Why did this money get spent there? What was influencing you to do this part of that contract? You're only getting the piece of paper, the end result of the invoice. And when you're just auditing the audit, you're just auditing what you already know. So you're investigating yourself, you're investigating the processes that are there, and you're investigating a very slim portion of the whys. And I think that's what we're getting at here is we need to determine the whys, like to talk to the municipalities to understand what was occurring at the time. So this seems like it was a review of what the school construction area had for records, which does not include anything that implicated themselves in any wrongdoing, because it was just the invoices, no direction on how it got there. So again, I just want to ask one more time for the record to really truly understand why this did not go deeper and why the municipalities were not involved in providing input on how they picked exactly what they did, which generated the invoices that generated the audit and that generated the audit of the audit.
So as part of the audit procedures, we look at were procedures followed, and that would include abiding by the statutes, abiding by competitive bidding, abiding by all of the requirements within the program, of which there are many, everything from abiding to code violations and, building code requirements, a whole range of requirements that are needed as part of applying for a school construction grant program. And so when we look at the audits, certainly issues around ineligible expenses that are not appropriate for a grant, those would have been tracked as part of this audit of the audits. And that would have been spotted as part of the paperwork required as part of that audit review. So we would have looked at bidding documents and competitive and invoices, vouchers and other, administrative paperwork that would have demonstrated a different paper trail that would have also, again, led us to concerns and issues around those processes. And again, I want to reinforce that, to Senator Kelly's concern earlier, we worked very closely with the auditors of public accounts throughout this process, letting them know about where we were in the process. They certainly were aware of the scope of work. And while they weren't at the table in terms of this process, they were very much aware of it. And they have the report, and we look forward to their review of that. I also have every expectation that they are reviewing this program as they do all of our programs throughout their work. We have an embedded auditor that works with the APA for the APA that provides oversight of our agency. And we are actually looking to hire an independent internal auditor as well that will really provide us continued oversight for our agency moving forward, working with all of our senior leadership and staff as well to ensure that we're following processes and procedures in advance of an audit finding from the APA or from other sources. So we've again taken a number of steps moving forward to ensure that this does not happen again. But I hope that answers in part your question around the scope of the audit and the municipal connection. I do want to also reinforce that we have encouraged municipalities to come forward if certain procedures were not followed, if they were instructed otherwise to not follow certain statutes or regulations, to not only let us know, but to certainly let the federal government know as well, if that applies to the investigation. So we have done that due diligence moving forward as part of the ongoing work that we do. And again, that's where some of the issues that you continue to see and hear about regarding competitive bidding, especially around hazmat or demolition, may be coming forward, or other ineligible expenses that we have identified that may require special legislation or your engagement as well.
So thank you for that. I guess I'm still kind of stuck on the limited scope of the audit is not going to show or take into consideration what the municipalities went through or how those invoices were ultimately generated, how it occurred. The paper receipts don't really help us understand that. And it's not so much about the documentation, the actual paper invoice that is done, but it's how that was brought forward, what got us there. So the paper trail is easy enough to follow. And I guess that's my problem with the audit, right? Because it's just simply the paper trail, but there doesn't seem to be acknowledgement of the pressures that were put on place. And one other thing that you said that was pretty striking to me is the school district is running their program. And I can assure you, ma'am, I can assure you 100% that was not the case in my town. I'm not sure that I'm feeling that the audit resolved the fact that we were told point blank at 89%, I own this project. And on top of that, there was no competitive bidding. There was not. There was here is your developer, here is your engineer. That's it. So the town did not have that ability, and that cannot be found through an audit of an audit. It cannot be found through an invoice that shows here's the engineer and here's the developer and here's the $89 million that it cost to build this school. So that's my concern with this is we're following a paper trail of invoices that can say, we met this, we met that, but it's not taking into account the actions that happened and what occurred through that project. And that's my concern with not having the municipalities involved and not having legislators notified along the process to say, hey, are we looking at this? Are we looking at that? Because again, I understand this was not DAS. I understand it was not your wrongdoing. And I understand it's kind of fallen into your lap to go back and correct it. But that's the thing to me that we need to correct. And that's the thing that we need to identify. And we need to figure out how this administration allowed that to happen and why it's not being addressed. Because I don't feel like the audit that we have in place is addressing that. And that's a concern for me. You had mentioned that there could possibly be a second phase audit as needed. So I guess I'm wondering, what is the process which that we would put forward a request for the second phase to audit the actions to ensure that we have processes and procedures in place that do not ever allow at 89%, I own this project ever again.
So thank you for the question and for your comments and concern. And I recognize the impact this process has had in particular on your district. We would look towards the legislature and certainly our other partners, our other stakeholders as to what a second scope of an audit would result in, what the scope should be. I want to be very clear that my leadership style is to take in that feedback, is to take in, that guidance and to consider that, whether it's on these issues or on other policy matters and other programs that my agency is implementing and responsible for. So first and foremost, I want to make sure that that's clear for all of you and for all of the members of the General Assembly. With respect to the Tolland project, I think it's, again, pretty clear that that is under the purview of the federal investigation, most likely. And so it would be not within our role or our purview to, review that or investigate that while the federal investigation was ongoing. In terms of, the future processes and how we reinforce the statutes that are on the books. That's what we worked very hard to do over the last 16 months, to build that trust, to reinforce to our school districts through webinars, through communications, through bulletins, through one-on-one meetings, that these are the guidelines. These are the statutes to follow, the guidelines that they must follow. When they apply for funding, they need to sign a series of attestations and certifications to ensure that they understand the guidelines of the program and the rules around that. So not only are they signing those attestations, but we're having conversations with them. We're presenting information to them. Our team is working with those school districts, going out to the schools, reviewing the plans, reviewing the plans and the expenses that are proposed to ensure that they meet the guidelines of the program. So they're working very hard and diligently to do that. I can't speak to the previous director, but I do know that moving forward, we have worked diligently to address those concerns and to build back a program that meets the true nature of the spirit of which the legislature has directed it.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, ma'am, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that DAS has reviewed the missteps of the government employees who were involved in the teams that were in charge of the prior school construction for the behaviors and practices, and can assure us that those things are not going to happen going forward.
I just want to clarify alleged behaviors, just to be clear. But yes, we have moved forward to reinstitute those additional policies, procedures, and to really run a program that is straightforward and follows the statutes and the law. That is our charge.
Okay, can you tell me when a bidding mandate may be overruled? going forward now with your administration?
Can you clarify what bidding, what you mean by bidding mandate?
You had mentioned when you were talking that there are mandates, I believe, in place to ensure that competitive bidding is happening for all these projects. So as I mentioned in my town, that was not the case. So I'm wondering, what have you done to ensure that this request for bidding is occurring and that it's not being overruled because the state owns X% of the project?
I would reinforce my earlier statement that through communication with the school districts, we have provided the statutes and reinforced the language around those statutes of when various processes and procedures, when those need to, how those need to be followed. They always need to be followed. So whether that's around bidding, issues around building codes, fire safety, safety and security, around security systems and other issues relative to a school ADA compliance, reinforcing that those are the practices and procedures that must be followed. So really reinforcing our communications to schools, including superintendents, planning committees, the school building committees, boards of education and the like, that they must convey that process also to their contractors and to anyone that they've engaged to perform that work.
So as overseer of the program, though, are you ensuring that we do not get into a situation again where we have one bid? That there will be a competitive bidding process for every project? I know that the schools run their projects, but you oversee the project, and that is one of the main components, I believe, that was an issue in my town. So what I'm asking is, do you now have processes in place to ensure that that cannot happen again?
Yes, and there always were those very clear directives about what was appropriate. In some cases, and I don't want to speak incorrectly, but there may be some circumstances in an emergency roof replacement or a boiler situation where competitive bidding may not be needed, or where the dollar threshold does not require that. But we have very clear policies and procedures and approvals as to when those situations may exist.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay.
One other question, I really only have one or two other questions more, but I want to get back to something Representative Yakarino asked about. And I know that that the Tallinn project is part of the federal purview, but there were an astronomical expense. There was a astronomical expense in relation to the portables. And those started out at a significantly lower number and ballooned up to $9 million. And that is an expense that the state of Connecticut took on and paid, which means 3.6 million people in the state are responsible for that $9 million. Now I know the federal investigation is on the hows of all of this, but what I'm asking is, do we know where those portables are? Are they being used? Are they still a state asset? Where are the $9 million portables?
I'm not sure of the details around the whereabouts of that equipment or those facilities, but I'm happy to follow up with our team and see if they have that information and get back to you. And certainly also to the full committee, as I know that came up earlier.
Yeah, I think that would be good because those are now a state asset that nobody seems to be able to have their thumb on, and $9 million is not exactly a small chunk of change in, my middle class world. So,
Of course.
So my overall concern here is really just, I don't think we have done a deep enough dive or a really good job of figuring out how this occurred and how we ensure it doesn't occur again. An audit of an audit and the audit of the papers, the invoices, and that does not give us the hows and whys we got those numbers. And I have a hard time saying that we feel like we have fixed this if we can't publicly acknowledge what went wrong. And I understand that's not something the administration may want to do overall, because this was a program that was put in place, the move, everything else that happened within the administration here. But I think from the state taxpayers' perspective, we have to acknowledge what went wrong and what we put in place to fix it. And I feel like what we've done so far is just a little piece of that, and that's kind of problematic for me. I think we need a deeper dive audit. I know our auditors here are not forensic auditors, I think that the program really deserves a forensic audit, an independent forensic audit. And as you said, one where you're not investigating yourselves, or the audit is not just reviewing what we're going to do going forward, because yes, that is very important. Going forward, we need to make sure we fix this. But it's kind of like history. You can't fix it if you don't understand what went wrong. So I'm definitely interested in looking at a second phase of this audit process, because I just, as a legislator, I don't feel like the information that was brought forward really meets the level of scrutiny that something as large as this did. So again, I feel bad because I feel like you're kind of on the hot seat in this, but I have faith that DAS is going to do a better job reviewing this and the processes and procedures going forward. But unfortunately, the hornet's nest that we talked about kind of landed in your lap. So that means we have to come to you for the questions. But thank you very much for the answers and your time. And I look forward to hearing the rest.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon,
Good
I think.
afternoon, or
right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the time, but good
I
to
don't
see
know
you.
either.
Good to see you, Senator
Checking
Martin.
that out right now.
Thank
It's
you.
12:12. How about that? So you said you were very pleased with the audit, 111 of them. Well, let me begin with this first. In your opinion, how long should it take DAS respond to a request for documents under the Freedom of Information Act?
So it's an excellent question, and one we take seriously, certainly, about our responding to FOI requests. The response time can vary depending on the complexity of the request and the availability of the records. But depending on the request, we are very attentive to those responses in accordance with the law. Certainly responding and acknowledging the request within the required timeframe of 5 days. And then we have a series of individuals at the agency that respond to that request accordingly. Oftentimes, we may need to work with other agencies as well, if it's around an HR request or related to procurement records or the like. Oftentimes, our work connects into other agencies and their records as well. So it really does depend on that complexity and the nature of the request. But we are very focused on responding to all of our FOA requests and meeting the requirements under the law.
In the last, since this issue regarding the school construction project and the exiting of state employees, et cetera, how many FOIs have you been asked for and have you responded to?
Just in this past calendar year of 2022.
Let's go back to when we first found out or got wind of this.
I would have to go back to our team, which is monitoring and cataloging all of our FOI requests. But if you could provide me with some specific time periods, whether it's 2018 or subsequent years, I'm happy to do that. And also, just some additional information, but we can certainly provide you with that information. I know we do process several hundred FOI requests annually, whether that's from constituents, the media, legislative stakeholders and others. We have also been certainly providing discovery information relative to the federal investigation and for other and for other needs as agencies may need them. We also provide investigative services for agencies around CHRO cases and the like. So a big volume of our work.
I'd like you to be brief, I guess. You've been here way too long. So I'll be more specific in my request. We will send you some dates,
Okay.
as well as I'd like to know which questions are that have not been answered as well. Those FOIs that have not been answered, those that have been requested. So you said that you were pleased with your 111 audits, full files, and you're comfortable with the steps that the agency has taken thus far. And I think that's very good. I mean, construction projects are Some are short, some are long, but following the documentation is vital and important. I'm a little disappointed that from what I'm hearing, what I've learned, I guess, let me ask you this. Why wasn't there an investigative audit performed, given the allegations that you were hearing from the municipalities?
We have, you know, again, I want to be respectful of the federal investigation that is taking place and understand the outcome of that investigation. Again, I have little knowledge of the timeline and what that investigation will look like. Certainly, we would not want to duplicate efforts that are underway in that regard. And again, we felt that this audit of the audits, as we continue to refer them, is really one step of multiple steps that we have taken as an agency to address some of the issues that we have found within the school construction program. So again, you know, through separating out those functions.
Excuse me.
Sure.
But why wouldn't you do it right away? Why the first step? We know that the documentation, there are some issues regarding that. I'm from Bristol, so that was part of one of the school projects that didn't have the T's crossed and the I's dotted. So I guess, but the allegations that you've been hearing from the municipalities, why wasn't there an investigative audit performed immediately rather than this slow, let's do step one, let's do step two? Why not get right to the heart of the matter?
I think, again, part of the concern as well is our agency conducting an investigative audit or exercise on ourselves. And, you know, whether that's appropriate and what steps we should take initially. So again, we feel that we've taken a series of steps. The work is not done, but to segregate those functions of the audit team versus the programmatic and operations team. Again, bringing on an internal auditor that will work for the agency overall, working closely with the auditors of public accounts throughout this entire process and providing them the information that they need and assuming that they're moving forward to do their own work and scope and review of these programs and certainly others under our agency authority. But again, multiple steps that we've taken you know, around the school construction program. When it comes to an investigation, we do not have investigative staff. And again, I would be concerned about any potential conflicts of us conducting, you know, a full-fledged investigation on our programs and how that would play.
But you could have hired a third party to do that investigative audit. Let me ask you this. You had various conversations with municipalities. You've learned some of the things that we are trying to get our arms around as to what were all of those, I guess, what went wrong issues. In your municipal conversations that the auditors was excluded from, you stated that changes have been made on information that you've learned from the municipalities. So can you provide us a list, or would you provide us a list of those findings and changes that you've made from those discussions?
Certainly, these are in follow-up to the audit report, the Markham report.
I'm speaking specifically with the conversations that you had with municipalities, that you learned some things that the auditor was not privy to. And I don't understand why, and I don't know who made that call, that the auditor wasn't privy to that. Was it you that made that call that you wanted to exclude them from a conversation with the municipality?
In what I'm going to call phase one, what we considered phase one of this engagement, our intent was to provide all of the required documentation for Markham to do their audit through our agency. And if Markham believed that they didn't have all the documentation to do the thorough review, then we would go out to the municipalities. And I believe that's what I shared back in March when we presented about the program and the ensuing audit that we were working to do. And then within the scope of this initial audit as well, adding Markham to connect with 111 municipalities may not have been necessary. Again, much of these audits were a desk audit, a limited scope audit, or on-site audits. They had the information they needed. Again, invoices, documentation that was sent to us, vouchers, change orders, and others that were in our possession to do that refined review and review of the audit program. And so if they had indicated that they didn't have the information for a complete file to do that review and analysis, we certainly would have gone to the municipalities to ask for that information or engaged in a second scope to allow for that work to occur. But again, we felt, collaboratively between Markham and ourselves that we had the files needed. I will share that at one point in October, when we were working to finalize, several of the remaining files, we were entertaining whether we needed to go to the municipalities or not. But then we were able to track down additional paper files, whether they were in storage or elsewhere. And we were able to get through those last remaining audits that we needed to ensure the completeness of that review. But it was significant for us to make sure that we had all of the documentation needed to complete all of those 111 audits. And we, again, feel confident that that's what what the result was.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's the easy part of solving the procedures of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, getting the documentation, getting the change orders, getting the paperwork that's required to make sure that those files are complete. But the real meat of the issue is really to finding out what we're trying to find out is what went wrong. And that's why some of the FOIs are important for you to answer, as well as getting us a list of those discussions that you had with municipalities and what they shared with you and what you've done to correct some of that. Moving on, recently the Connecticut Mirror wrote that DAS terminated a contract with a hazardous remediation company, AAIS. They reported that AAIS received most of the purchase orders under the state's contracts for emergency services. So you announced that you terminated the contract with them. What did you learn about AAIS that called for that termination?
Because this is a procurement and contractual matter, I'm limited as to how much I can share about this issue. But I can share that we did terminate AAIS under a permissible action, terminated for convenience. And that is a routine action that does occur through our procurement team, oftentimes with various vendors. But we did terminate them, under that provision. It doesn't limit them from doing business with the state under, some other contractual vehicles. And they can certainly contract with municipalities as well under some certain circumstances as well. But we did convey that, under this particular contract, that they were being terminated for convenience.
For convenience, can you elaborate what that actually means?
It's really a provision under our contracting language that allows the state to terminate a contract, without engaging in a full discussion or approach as to why a contract is being terminated. It's similar to, you can terminate a contract for, with 60 days notice, or, your cable contract because, you just
For no
want to move in a
reason
different
whatsoever.
direction.
For no reason.
Yep. It's a permissible contracting mechanism. Again, not exclusive to this particular situation. It is often used, within state government, and I'm sure across many other contracting platforms.
Are you prohibited from telling us why you chose to use that provision?
Yeah, I really have to be cautious because it would involve, again, contracting, contracting and legal authority that really is not disclosable. And I hesitate to say that because again, I want to be transparent, but I also need to be considerate of our legal obligations and our contractual obligations to our vendors.
Thank you. One last question. How many DAS employees have received the subpoena from the federal government?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Can you find out and let us know?
When, with respect to the federal investigation, that is something that I cannot share the information on. I'm not privy to that information, and it is separate from my responsibilities as commissioner. It is really a judicial matter.
So if we FOI'd it, would you be obligated to provide that information?
I would have to talk to legal counsel, but I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think Senator Summers had her hand up. Yep, there she is. Senator Summers.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
How are you? A lot of the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked. And my town, Groton, one of the towns that I represent, happened to be one of the towns that decided to not go with the advice that was being given to them from the state and some of our former employees in DAS, which I am very thankful for. I think what you've heard today is that many of us legislators feel that we've evaded the real issue, which is how this grant program went so wrong and how we prevent it from ever going that way in the future. And I will agree that it's difficult to believe that we've done justice or a true analysis of what has happened to make this grant program go awry when we haven't talked directly to those individuals and municipalities who were directly involved. And that seems to be a glaring void in this audit process, in my opinion. And I would like to see that further investigated with a further touch and audit, including the individuals from the municipalities who were involved. I realize that there may be an FBI investigation going on, but this could happen simultaneously so that we could really understand how this could happen, how this huge program that we have, which is one of the most expensive bonded programs we do here in the state of Connecticut, can go so wrong. I think it's important that the audit include interviews with Willett and Beverly Belladay and the Tolland officials. I think that it seems like the audit should have gone to Bristol and talked to Stephen Mazzotti, who recommended D'Amato Construction, and then later received about $2.5 million of construction work from D'Amato. You know, there's a lot here that I feel the legislators that you heard from the Republicans are not satisfied with the answers. So I would agree with them with some of the comments, most of all the comments that they've made previously. So I won't go over them again and again. I wanted to ask you what your role is concerning the Port Authority. If you could touch on that. I know it touches your department a little bit. And could you speak to that?
Certainly. And thank you, Senator. Good to see you virtually. And thanks for your work. With respect to the Port Authority, we have an MOU with the Port Authority that identifies the services that we provide as an agency to the authority and to moving forward the State Pier project. Happy to share that MOU, so that you can see this very specifics within that MOU. But essentially, we're providing as needed consultant services, advisory or guidance services to that project team. I can report that they really do not need our services at this point. We do have an arrangement where we would bill them for such services. And it's my understanding that we really have not provided such services over the course of at least the last year. We do review by statute a quarterly report and then an annual report from the State Pier Authority or from the Port Authority regarding the contracts and expenses of the Port Authority, but it's a very administrative approval of those expenses. And I think OPM has the same requirement. But again, very limited engagement with the CPA. We do not sit on the board and again, have very limited engagement at this time, given the near completion of that project.
I'm glad you said near completion. I'm not sure if it's near completion or near done with the expense that goes along with that project. When you said that you review the contracts, would your department have been involved in looking at some of the contracts that have been questioned by the Contracting Standards Board? Is that something that you would have looked at, or your department would have looked at even though you said on a cursory manner? Would those have been included in the report?
Not to my understanding. I can look more closely at the MOU and the statutory requirements around our role with the CPA. But I suspect, which I know can be dangerous in this setting, but that our role really is to ensure that the contracts really are all encompassing for the project, given our construction management team and their expertise around these types of projects. So I don't think we are looking at them in terms of legal scrutiny or any of those specific measures. We don't have any procurement authority with respect to the CPA, but it's really more of an administrative process to see that report and to sign off on it on a quarterly and then annual basis.
Okay, with what has allegedly happened in the school construction area of your purview, are you concerned that those types of behaviors or that apparent disregard for the policies and procedures that we have here in the state of Connecticut could be prevalent in other areas that you oversee?
It is my job to ensure that that does not happen. It's my strong commitment, not only to make sure that that does not happen under my watch, but also to put a team in place that is watching, our funds, our accountability, ensuring transparency, throughout my term and beyond. And again, that's why we're looking to hire that internal auditor that helps to oversee all of those different functions across our agency. We continue to build up our business office staff, which includes, a team of accountants and other staff that really oversee those funds and know how to follow procedure. And also the statutes that are that guide our day-to-day work. So again, we've also put in additional legal staff to ensure full compliance and also continue to do that ethics training and take other measures to reinforce training and development within our staff to ensure that this type of situation does not occur again. And again, that is with respect to all of our programs and all of our funding responsibilities across the agency.
Thank you for that. So I know that you were involved with the COVID response, because I talked to you quite often during that when I was on the governor's vaccine committee.
Yes.
I wanted to think and ask you what you thought went well with that response and where you think the state of Connecticut could have improved in how it responded to that emergency.
Thank you for that question. I often reflect on that time period of COVID response. I think we now take for granted in many respects that we can go and get that rapid test at the pharmacy or go to a kiosk and get that test. I was just recently in New York City, and they have retail shops just dedicated to getting your swab and then heading back out the door. I think, many of us want to forget, I know I would like to forget the challenges that we had in not only accessing testing, but then also accessing vaccine when it was just coming out onto the market. And so when I reflect on that time period, I'm grateful to the governor, to our policymakers, to our healthcare institutions, our healthcare centers, in particular, our federally qualified centers that really supported our vulnerable residents, in particular, our communities of color, our homeless populations, undocumented populations, and others that in particular had barriers to care. And again, I was proud to be a small part of that, along with the military, the National Guard, and again, so many partners that would take me a lot of time to name, and I'll be conscious of time. I think in terms of the vaccine rollout, I was really proud to be part of an extraordinary effort that bucked the national trend in terms of vaccine rollout and did not look at necessarily the occupations of individuals, but looked at the age-based rollout and who was most vulnerable in needing that vaccine immediately. So when we looked at individuals in nursing homes, when we looked at those other individuals in congregate settings, those at most risk for the disease based on, race, ethnicity, and again, the elderly or those with compromised immune systems, rolling out our vaccine efforts on that level. I'm really proud to have been a part of that effort. And again, give so much credit to the governor, DPH, Commissioner Josh Jabal at the time, and others who really reinforced that we needed to go in a different direction. I think we saw it in the data, and I'm constantly reminded that the data doesn't lie in terms of how many lives we likely saved by changing our vaccine rollout under that strategy. And it worked, and it was effective, and it became a model for the country.
Do you see any area where you could have improved some of the areas of that particular timeframe?
I think there's always room for improvement. And I think that carries across to the work that we always do. We can always do better. We can always do more. And that's part of my commitment before you here today, that the work doesn't end. And that we always need to look back and reflect on our accomplishments, our failures, and look to how we can do better. Nothing specific comes to mind in terms of the vaccine rollout. I think that you can always do better. You can always engage additional partners. You can always do more, and you can always operate faster. But I'm incredibly proud of the success that we had as a state in rolling out vaccine. Again, I give so much credit to our National Guard, our unified command structure. It was an incredible experience to be a part of that system and to move quickly, move swiftly to implement on a strategy that we had been preparing for many years to come, not knowing it was coming. If that makes sense, but through the operations of unified command, preparing for emergencies, we were ready. This was unique, but bringing in so many partners across the spectrum, across the state, who are willing to help, serve, and move forward swiftly and quickly was extraordinary. So again,
I thank you for that. So, and I thank you for your commitment to always do better. And I will reiterate that I really think the school construction audit is insufficient and we need to do better. You know, we have an obligation to the citizens of the state of Connecticut to have a much more transparent investigation into what actually happened. And it's their tax dollars. They're going to be paying it back through their taxes. It's an awful lot of money. And, you know, we had someone allegedly within the administration behaving in a way that is absolutely against all of our policies and procedures. So we really need to do a much more refined look at those who were involved, and that would include the municipalities. We need a deep dive and a report back to the legislature as to the details of how it happened, and you know, if perhaps there was red flags, why they were ignored. And I think we need that to restore any kind of confidence that we can have in the school construction program, which is unfortunate, but that's just where we are. So I am glad to hear that you are committed to doing better and committed to looking at this in a different light. And we will continue to do what we have to do to make sure that you have the resources to be able to do that, because I think it's critical for us to move forward. So I thank you for your time today, and that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none. Commissioner, I have one last question before you go. There's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
thank you.
Thank you for spending your entire morning with us and answering all these questions, which were obviously pointed and important. So thank you very much.
pleasure.
Congratulations again on your nomination.
Thank you. Look forward to working with all of you, and we will certainly respond back with a series of information that was requested today. Thank you again.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, next is Antonio Guerrera of Rocky Hill to be Commissioner of Motor Vehicles. Want to thank my co-chair for pinch hitting or away for things. Thank you, sir. Said almost said Representative Guerrera. All right, would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you promise swear affirm to tell us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? All right, sir, please give us the briefest of brief opening statements, and we'll ask some questions, or take your time, actually, if you'd like. Turn your mic on, please.
All right. There we go. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Duff, Co-Chair Representative Concepcion, Vice Chair Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Ranking Member Senator Kelly, and Representative Yacarino. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some remarks before the committee. My name is Tony Guerrera, and I am the Commissioner nominee for the Department of Motor Vehicles. You have my testimony in front of you. If you'd like me to read it, I will do so. If not, I can just talk a little bit about some of the accomplishments the DMV has gone through, some of the challenges we persist, and any questions that any of you would like to ask of me.
Thank you, sir. That was great. We appreciate it. Well, first, I just want to make a comment of congratulations on your nomination. You've been creature of this building for a number of years, chair of the Transportation Committee. You were deputy commissioner the last 4 years, and now been nominated to be commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles, which I believe is just a great move for you, and a great move for the governor, and great move for the state of Connecticut as well. Commissioner, I wanted to first of all thank you for your work over many years on transportation, and as your role as deputy commissioner. You were known and are known as the fix-it guy people come to you with problems and you're one to really help to fix things and get things moving. And I'll give you an example. One is, for many years after the AAA in western part of the state closed up shop to do photo licensing, you worked so hard to make sure that we had a photo licensing place in Norwalk. There's one in Stanford, but we know traffic down there, and you were able to work with Nutmeg Credit Union to find a place, to find a photo licensing center, which has been absolutely outstanding. People love it. They can come in, they just walk right in, they can make an appointment, whatever. But you kept your word and you said, we're going to get it done. I promise, we're going to get it done. And true to your word, you got that done. And it has been a great relief for my constituents who are able to now walk into there, maybe open up a new account at a credit union. And so I think it's been a win-win, and I appreciate that. So it just shows your character that you have and the work that you've done to respond to not only us as legislators, but as our constituents as well. The second thing I just want to mention to you is the rollout of the technology since COVID. And, that was a very difficult time, especially for folks who needed to get licenses processed or other means. I don't think DMV, you never stopped, and you had some personal tragedies as well at the same time, and we should acknowledge that. But you kept on working. And what we see now is a time where people can go in, they can make an appointment, they can walk in, they can get their business done in 10 minutes. And that's what I hear all the time from my constituents, is that people can go into that agency, go into that department of motor vehicles, wherever they are. They can be in and out in just a few minutes. The employees seem to be happier, constituents are happier, and they don't have to spend half their day, and you don't see the lines, because I go by the Norwalk DMV all the time. You don't see those lines out the door anymore with frustrated people. So I appreciate that. As a matter of fact, when I had to register my son's car, I walked in, I was in, and I timed it. And I walked out of there in 10 minutes. I remember calling you saying, I just want to let you know I had the greatest experience at the DMV. And it really was. And so I've heard that over and over and over again. So I think we just should put on the record the amount of work that's been done over the last 4 years. And before that, even when some of the systems were upgraded, and that was a very bumpy time when that happened. But I think through your predecessor and through your work, we've been able to really make some real strides, and probably envious. Many people in other states are envious as well. Can you just talk a little bit about the future and what you see as commissioner going forward about what, how you're utilizing technology, how the staff is viewing the new setup as things are going with the new DMV, and just kind of your vision for the future as commissioner?
Thank you for those nice words, Senator Duff. And if I could just say, obviously, this is a great opportunity for the DMV, but I'm also honored and humbled by the Governor Lamont to appoint me as a nominee for Commissioner DMV. And, we had some obviously difficult scenarios, as many of you in this room know, that probably when you talk about government, right, we talk about our constituents, and the one agency that government or people tend to deal with government is DMV, and they want to have a positive transaction. They want to have a positive experience. And when I became deputy 4 years ago with Commissioner Mangovani at the time, we went to every branch. We walked the lines, and we really studied what was right and what was wrong. And we saw that we had a system that was so antiquated and could not understand why people would, like to your comment, Senator Duff, why people would want to get there at 6 a.m. and wait all day, and then to be turned around to say that their transaction was not completed. We were devoted to change that. We made it our mission to change that because we believe in customer service, and we believe that people deserve to come to the DMV and get their transaction completed. With that, as we all know, COVID hit, which expedited us to do more good things. We knew that the days of people coming into that office could not happen anymore. We had to go to an appointment system, and we turned that around very quickly. You know, folks, we have to say to ourselves that a license isn't just a driver's license. It's a necessity. They need that identification to get a job, to use it for credit, whatever it may be. So we understood that, and we implemented programs to make sure that whenever someone would get to the DMV, whether it was branch, a nutmeg, or AAA, that they would have a successful transaction. And we have done that. We have great employees. I want everyone to understand that in this room, we have unbelievable employees that work extremely hard, that care. But it's very frustrating 4 years ago when you come into work at 7 a.m. and you see a line from the door to the parking lot, and you're there to 6 o'clock at night waiting on people. Could not go home, had daycare, had to be at different soccer games or football games, missed their child's events. We knew that if we didn't change the culture at the DMV, that things were not going to get good. We were determined to do that, and we did it. Now, what's in store for the future? I will say this. I'm very excited, Senator, that we are looking at a number of different things in the future. One is called an integrated appointment system. As you know now, you can go online, make an appointment. You could do many transactions online, as we all know. But what I'm excited about is that we'll be able to do an integrated appointment system where that you can also download your information to us. So therefore we can see it and therefore send you a text or an email telling you that all your documents are correct. So when you come in, you will have a successful transaction. One and done. Come in, we know it, we see it, in and out, faster than you going to Starbucks to grab your coffee.
When do you expect that to be rolled out?
Oh, we're hoping as we're doing it, I would say probably within the next 6 months, you'll see parts of the integrated system going out. First will be obviously the appointment. It will be the text message or an email. And then after that, the downloading of the information.
Yeah.
Another, probably a game changer, I will say, Senator, is that we have an elderly population, as we know. All right. And that is frustrating for me to see people trying to come into DMVs and to navigate through the system. And sometimes they can't navigate through their cell phones or through an iPad or whatever it may be. We will be launching in the future a mobile unit where we will travel to 169 municipalities. We will go to the senior centers, have them sign up the day before. Because most seniors, what are they looking for? Maybe register a vehicle or get that ID that they need. And we're very happy to say that we have done it for the veterans, and we're going to take that technology and use it in a way to start delivering it to the people in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's great. And it's so important, Commissioner, because of the fact that you and DOT, but especially DMV are really the most front-facing group, agency to interact with the public. I mean, you literally interact with pretty much everybody in the state of Connecticut if they're of driving age. And so how your success is really our success in the sense of making sure people have a positive customer service experience with the state government. And they may not deal with a lot of other state agencies, but everybody pretty much deals with DMV in one way or another. One other question I had for you, sir, is a couple of years ago, there was an announcement about we were one of a few states to have the digital driver's license for our phones that I believe was going to be good for TSA, but also maybe good just in replacement of our licenses and our wallets. Can you just share where that is going?
Sure. That's the mobile ID in regards to having the option whether you can have your hard license or have it put on your phone and as a wallet application on your iPhone. We are in the midst of going through the process of that, Senator. We are working with our sister agencies such as BITS and DAS. There are security issues that we have to clear before we can do any of that. But again, some states have launched it already, as you know, and there's been some issues with that. So we're watching very carefully before we launch something to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes as other states have done. And that is something I will say that this agency has taken a hard look before we launch anything, that we make sure that we pilot it in a way to make sure that we catch any details that could come back to haunt us. As you know, we were both here at that time when civils hit at the DMV, which, lines were out the door, licenses weren't being done, registrations weren't being done. It was a nightmare at that time. And we want to make sure anything that we launch that has a perfect record of 100% before it goes out to the public.
Yeah, totally get that for sure. It's exciting technology to be able to have that on your phone, but also there's definitely major security issues. We want to make sure that we keep our information secure, as we see all the time. It's not always that way. So I appreciate the extra care and effort you're making in that issue, and hopefully the bugs will get worked out and it'll happen sooner rather than later. I'm all set at the moment. I'll pass off to my co-chair.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Congratulations, Commissioner, on your appointment.
Thank you.
Very well deserved. And as Chairman Duff was mentioning, kudos on what the department's done over particularly the last 4 years when it comes to just becoming more customer friendly. And as you mentioned, just a culture change, which is evident, really evident over at the DMV. So I know that that's a lot of work that you and your department and the administration have done to really make that happen. So congratulations on that. And then adds a lot of that, of course, has to do with, again, what Chairman Duff was talking about, which is technology and how we're really using technology to make things a lot easier for our residents. And I was just reading your written testimony and some of the recent accomplishments, which include the appointment system, the online transaction, the website refresh are the three things you really pointed out, which again are all centered around technology, which is great to hear. And then just piggybacking on a little something that the chairman said, with technology, obviously there are some concerns when it comes to cyber security issues, some identity fraud issues. So what is the department doing to really protect the identity and the information that is given via phone or online to the department?
Thank you for that question, and a great question, Representative. We work very closely with the Department of Administrative Services, with BITS, with Mark Raymond, to make sure everything that we do is top notch in regards to security. Unfortunately, I'm going to be very honest that we live in a world that that's all people do sometimes is spend, months and months try to hack into anything that's out there. But again, we will try, as always, as a state agency, to work with other agencies to ensure that we have the safety and the mechanisms in place to make sure that those do not ever get hacked.
Appreciate that. And then you mentioned staff and the roles and responsibility of the staff. So can you just give us a sense on where you are on staffing, if you have any issues? I know every single department in this state has gone through some attrition.
Yeah.
So how many hubs are there now? How many branches at the DMV? And then what were staffing capabilities?
Yeah, we've got about 11 stations that are full hubs, and then obviously we have our AAAs and our nutmegs, and then we have some other so-called DMV locations that are not full locations, that are open like Tuesdays and Thursdays, or Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But with that said, obviously we're all going through a issue when it comes to hiring, whether it's the private sector or the public sector. We are doing a pretty good job, Representative, and getting people on board. We have a great HR person by the name of Doreen Smith, who is really taking a bull by the horns here and really thriving in regards to try to get as many individuals in the queue to get them back to DMV. But also, I think we have to start thinking outside the box too, is going to job fairs, going to high schools, going to colleges, to tell them that, there's a career in state agencies. If you decide to take a career path, this is what we can offer you. This is what we can bring you in at. This is where you can end up and have a great job working for the state of Connecticut. And I think we need to do a better job in doing that. And I think we're on our way to doing that. And I will say this, Representative, that, we also, we'll say this. We tend to work with our other agencies, believe it or not, in ways that sometimes, like all of you, don't hear about. the bus shortage, right? The drivers at the time. We as DMV worked with the Department of Education and we said, we understand there's a crisis out there. Let us send out letters to every CDL operator out there. They might be retired, they still hold their license, and ask them, would you be willing to come back to work part-time, full-time to drive a bus? We sent out 2 years ago, almost 10,000 letters to CDL operators. And we were able to get almost 200 people that were looking for jobs. That's 200 bus drivers, all right, that are able to hit the state of Connecticut. And we're going to launch that same program. In fact, within the next probably month again, to ask anybody out there, if you're looking for a job, whether it's part-time or full-time, there are opportunities out there with the busing companies. Let us know and we'll send you information and hopefully you'll get a call.
That's great. And then my last question's really centered around distracted driving. I mean, we know that there's a lot of the motor vehicle accidents and fatalities, whether they're in the car, pedestrians are caused by distracted drivers, whether they're texting or anything else on it. What do you feel the role is of DMV for the educational purpose of distracted driving, and how do you work with other agencies to implement whether they're policy driven, procedures or policy driven acts that need to happen to mitigate some of the issues that we're seeing?
Nick, great question again, and thank you for that. We work with, let's take it in two parts. We work with other agencies like the Department of Education. We work with DOT, as you know, Vision Zero, that just came out the other day, I believe, in the Transportation Committee. But also we work with our driving schools to make sure that their curriculum has all the opportunities to put in there to make sure that they talk about that, distracted driving. We also have a program called Teen Driving Week, where we go out to schools and we talk about it, our agencies, and we ask teenagers to drop videos and enter a contest where it's gone nationwide through our computer systems and through other computer systems, whether it's driving schools or throughout the state of Connecticut, to enhance that. Sometimes the message coming from students has a better effect than coming from the adults. And we've had very much great success with that. And we keep doing it every year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think peer-to-peer communication is always best for that. So I don't have any other questions. So Commissioner, thanks again for being with us. Congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to working with you over the next few years.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you, Commissioner. I think it's a great nomination by the governor. I think you'll do a good job. You've proven yourself over the last 4 years. I was reading, going back, looking at your resume, you've done, besides being a legislator and working in the government, I know you're in business, and it sounds like you're taking all your business experience and leadership experience as far as running a company, thinking outside the box. I love the idea about going to the schools for job fairs, getting people involved, or even use the truck drivers, because there is a shortage for all our towns for bus drivers. So I think those things and many, is why I think it was a good choice. But I do have some questions, and I know you're gonna answer. I believe you'll head. Excuse me, I have a really stuffy cold, but you'll take this head on with all the issues, which aren't that many, because I think we've solved a lot of them. But with DMV, one is legalization of cannabis. I mean, that's going to be a problem for driving on the road along with alcohol right now. But has DMV taken any steps to look at this, work with our law enforcement, or just in general as far as testing, or what is the approach for DMV?
Great question. And you're absolutely correct. We have taken a look at this. In fact, we are meeting with the driving schools to talk about this by adding even maybe some additional hours in regards to talk about cannabis, because now it's out there. As you know, there's an 8-hour course that you have to take. Every child has to take that with their parents in regards to, safety, drug and alcohol. But since cannabis now has been passed, this is something that we felt as an agency need to be a little more proactive in regards to meeting with our driving schools to let them know that you need to spend more time and on that curriculum in regards to cannabis and what the effects are and what the law means if you are under that influence.
I remember I was in boot camp a long time ago, and in the military, there's actually more classes than physical activity in boot camp. And we had a week of classes of drinking and, not to drink while you're driving, and also marijuana was really big then, not to do that. And they showed horrific accidents and situations. Would that ever be possible in like just for a driving class, just for a kid to say, look at the consequences? And
Well, okay, so let me just back.
I know
up.
it's might be a crazy
Representative
question, but
Iaconino, are you
it's-
saying to have a live class?
no, a class with a film, like a
Oh,
accident.
absolutely. I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely. In fact, the driving schools do that.
Oh, they do. I see.
Oh,
It's been
yes.
such a long time
Yep,
for me.
and it's funny, they have simulators too.
Oh, that's
All
great. I'm
right, which
sorry.
is that technology is becoming such, a huge part of all, whether it's DMV, whether it's DOT, of the
Right.
industry in itself. Right now, you can get into a simulator, right? And the car can sit there and it shows that whether you had one drink, two drinks, whether you had some cannabis in you, in your
Right.
system, and shows you how a vehicle going through a course, how it weaves in and hits these cones compared to someone who doesn't have that. And I think that with the technology and with the expanded class in regards to the drug and alcohol information, that hopefully that message gets across and that we save lives and make sure that people, before they get behind the wheel, understand the ramifications of what they're doing.
That's current right now. When you go to driving school or taking your test, you have to have that.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
Right.
great. I'm
The
sorry.
8
I didn't-
hours,
It's
yes.
shame on me for not knowing that, but I think that's
Well,
that's really
That's
really
all
good.
right, Representative.
So
Just come
as-
see me and I can tell you all. of it. That's all right.
I will. I know your staff has been very helpful to all our constituents, and we hope that we continue that going forward. And I believe with you at the helm, you'll do even a better job. But you'll work with the other DMV commissioners from Massachusetts to New York, bounce ideas off each other, what works, what doesn't work. You're going to work with other, I know you have you're a great mind, but will you work with, like, say, Massachusetts, New York?
Absolutely. I think we belong to AMVA, which is, throughout the country here, which is all motor vehicle departments.
Right.
It's a huge program, but also to your point, Representative Iaconino, it's pretty interesting. I will say this, that I felt it 4 years ago. Let me take this back 2 years ago, when other states were calling us to ask how we did it.
Right.
That was a huge accomplishment for the state of Connecticut. It really was. And thanks to this governor and thanks to the General Assembly, you allowed us to do that. And I mean that sincerely.
Yeah.
It's amazing when, as we all know, one of the biggest, problems that we saw as legislators were complaints from the DMV.
Oh, yeah.
And to see that not happening and get calls from California, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey to say, wow, we just saw what you did on the online transactions. How are you turning all this around? What are you doing? It's nice to be one of the leaders when it comes to innovation, and we plan on moving this agency even further.
I
And
think I appreciate that. And you've done a great job. So like the nutmegs, we have one in North Haven for the, the credit union, and also your license, which I
Yep.
think is great. And there's more and more. Will you expand any of those potentially? Try to expand more of our hubs or
That's a good question, Representative Iaconino. Right now, we don't see the need for that because we are doing things online and it helps individuals do that.
yeah.
And that's also, it's a partnership also with the nutmegs and the AAAs. If there's a need for us to expand, by all means, as you know who I am,
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that you come in, let's talk about it. How does it work for you and how does it work for the DMV? And particularly, how does it work for the constituents of the state of Connecticut? And then
Online's
we'll
been-
put our thoughts on paper and see if it works.
Online's helped quite a bit. I think just really one more question. I know in the past, when there were before the last 4 years, there was always a backlog prior. We always wanted to have the car dealers do some sort of work with DMV. And I know you buy a new car, used car, they'll do the registration. Have they had any problems with the new systems? Or is it streamlined more? Because I know there were some complaints last year with some of the dealers. They couldn't get the customer's car registered.
Yeah, I
register.
don't know where those complaints came from, but I will say this, that we work with the CARA Group, the Connecticut
Right.
Automobile Retail Association. And as you know, a lot of the dealerships now can register secondhand vehicles. So if Representative Iaconino has a car and doesn't want to come to DMV, pays a small fee at the dealership, they end up registering it. and we take it. So it's been working fairly well.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think there was just one complaint, but I think that's helped a lot. So it saves time. I know I registered my vehicles online last year and it was really, really easy.
Excellent.
But I'm looking forward to working with you. I really believe you're a tremendous choice for this, your work ethic, your knowledge. And I'm not just saying it. I'm really not. We need people that have, you work for yourself, you know what it is, what it's like, and then also to work with people and treat each other good and get a good culture in a department and work hard to get things done. So I appreciate your time. I apologize, I'm stuffed up, but
No,
I don't want COVID.
no
But-
apologies necessary.
2 tests negative. But thank you so much. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you for those
Mr.
nice
Both
words,
chairs.
Representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner, and congratulations on your nomination. I can't think of anyone who is better suited to that position than you are, with the record of achievement you've already shown as Deputy Commissioner. I think the transformation of that agency over the last 4 years has been phenomenal, because for years we've had promises that things were going to happen, but unfortunately, DMV in almost every state has for too long been sort of a cliche of how government doesn't work, unresponsive bureaucracies, just a Byzantine process to go through. And, late night comedians always make jokes about the DMV, in a generic sort of way, because every state seems to have the same problem. But you've broken through that in Connecticut with what you've done the last 4 years to create a system which is much more friendly, much more aware of the needs of constituents who come into the agency. I'm so pleased to hear the idea about the process of now doing more outreach to seniors, coming out to senior centers and the like, because there are many people who are intimidated by technology, and they need to they need a personal contact in order to work their way through a system. So I'm so pleased to hear that you are moving on the technology side, so things can be done increasingly remotely, but at the same time recognizing the needs of those who need a system that's going to be responsive personally, and especially to people who may not be able to get to the DMV, but might be at a senior residence or at a senior center, and the kind of community outreach that you're doing at the same time. So this really is transformative, and I just wanted to congratulate you. The only question I have is, obviously having a CDL license can be a pathway to a very good paying job. And do we have enough quality, reputable training places in Connecticut for people to train to get a CDL license? What's your view of that process? Because it really is, in many ways, we talk about pathways to employment and pathways to good paying jobs, and that's clearly one of them. And because there are places that, as you said, you've been trying to recruit people to come out of retirement to take jobs, but for newer people who want to get into the system, is there enough training and access to facilities for people who don't have a CDL but would like to get into that field if they can get that license? And there's also I guess there's a class 3 and a class 4 license, I guess, regarding smaller trucks versus heavier freight. And do all the places that offer training, do they offer training for the whole range of licenses, or just for some? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Looney, and thank you for that question. Let me start off by saying, yes, we have very, very good training centers out there for CDL throughout the state of Connecticut. And you hit the nail right on the head when you say that you can have a good job with a CDL license. You really can. We have seen people get CDL license that can make upwards of $100,000 to $110,000 to $130,000 driving a truck. We are working with the Department of Corrections now for individuals that when they leave the corrections, to get them a CDL license. So that way, when they come out of that facility, they have a job they can go to where they can start making monies right at the get-go. This is something that I'm very proud that we're working with the Department of Corrections on, but also that, just to touch on your point again, is that those commercial driving schools that we have out there are very good, and we do monitor them in regards to make sure that they're testing them for, the trucks, that they understand the capability, what it means to drive a tractor trailer or a triaxle or a 3-ton dump truck up to a 6-ton, 8-ton, up to an 18-ton. The ramifications if you don't understand it. And we have a division chief at the DMV that periodically goes out and monitors this to make sure that they are doing everything they should be doing. And I will say that, knock on wood, everything has been working extremely well.
Again, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you again for the great job you're doing, and look forward to continued success and the transformation both of the actual practice and the reputation of the DMV.
Thank you, Senator Looney.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Glad, always generally glad to see a state representative leave and continue in service. And excellent service, as I think you've shown in the years you've been at DMV, and I'm really happy and supportive of your nomination to be commissioner. And I need to echo just a couple of concerns that have been raised. I have to admit, the last time I went through getting my new driver's license, and I had the picture taken because I don't look like I used to younger years ago. I made the appointment online. I went in, bingo, I was taken care of. I had the picture taken. I was out within like 15 minutes. Because I remember the time before that, I had to go in, I had to stand in line to get a number to stand in line and sit. And then I felt so bad for the person on the window because, he or she would hit a button, the number come, but my number would get called or someone else's number. And they sat there waiting for me. They were waiting online in a sense too. And that's kind of not a good idea to keep state employees sitting around waiting for customers. It's so much improved. And I thank you, for being a big part of that, and keep the Danbury office open. But we had that go around before Governor Lamont took office. And I really appreciate the idea of the mobile unit. I have a district that's very heavily senior citizens. Over a third of the voters in my district are over 60. So when you're sending the mobile unit around, please let us know, because we have ways, including electronic ones, of letting our constituents know, hey, next Tuesday, the DMV mobile units going around, here's the link, go see it, make whatever arrangements you need to. But we are a resource for getting the message out to our constituents, to our towns. It's a big step in the right direction. And I'm also concerned about the education for new drivers that has been mentioned, that that needs to be continually upgraded and updated. You seem to be doing that good, because covering the changes not only in law, but in practice and in social pressures is important for especially young people to know about DUIs, whether it's alcohol or something else, drugs, including marijuana. And helping young people understand that they're not exactly immortal is a big problem. And the same goes for texting. I've had friends who've lost teenage children because they were texting while driving. It's heart-rendering. And I know I hear your concern, and I'm happy that you're doing that. One of the things I noticed, speaking of social changes, is people buying cars online. And I mean, the last time I bought a car, I went to a dealership, paid my money, made all the financial arrangements. And they, of course, had access to the DMV system and switched over the license plates and all that good stuff instantaneously. But when you buy online, that seems to me to be a challenge. How big a challenge is it, and how is the department responding to it, Tony?
Well, first of all, thank you for those nice words, Senator Godfrey, and I echo many of the comments you just stated, when it comes to teen driving, texting, drugs. The difficulties that young people have when they get behind the wheel, how easy it is once you take your eyes off the road within a split second of losing your life or losing someone else's life. So that is very important to the DMV and to the teachers that are out there teaching our youngsters. Online vehicle sales, that is a problem, as we see, because I will say this, you're not always getting what you think you're getting. All right. One, it's a safety issue. And two, we still will say that as anybody who buys a vehicle online still has to come through the DMV. All right. You have to provide the titles. You have to show proof of sale with your receipt. So they still have to come through there. My concern, and I think what the agency's concern is that how do we know that whoever's buying something online is truly getting what they're getting? All right. And that is a concern in the industry when it to the car group, the dealers out there, Representative Godfrey. And that's something I think that, you know, you'll see more and more legislators talking about it. And I think even as an agency, we're going to be tackling that more and more because we have to be careful. These companies that are out there, I won't mention names, but, you know, we get complaints that, you know, I bought a car online. Deputy Commissioner, I haven't received my title yet. And they told me I was getting it 30 days ago. Really isn't much for us to do at that point because you had a transaction with a company out there that we're not regulating, basically. That's what it comes down to because they're out of state. They're in a different state that are doing this and then they ship the car over and so forth. And that's where the issues. We try to educate our consumers before they do that. But that is an ongoing issue. I think if we don't nip that in the bud fairly soon, it could be even a bigger issue.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear you work with other departments because in this case, you're buying a car unseen. And we still have lemon laws that are enforced over in the Department of Consumer Protection.
Yep.
And making sure that some new buyer who's got a problem is contacting you can be referred quickly to the people enforcing the lemon laws over in DCP is part of the challenge, I think,
Yes.
that we're seeing as we go more and more to online purposes. And I won't talk about Tesla at all today. That's another set of problems that we're wrestling with. But thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Best wishes on success. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
Representative
you, sir.
Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have Representative Perillo online.
Sorry, Senator, had to unmute myself here. No questions. Actually, most of my questions were answered and I appreciate it, Commissioner. I did just want to say though, I've had the opportunity to work with you in the past. It's always been a very responsive working relationship and I appreciate that. And I think that says a lot about you, sir. And you know, you were a Democratic legislator. I am a Republican, and the fact that party doesn't matter to you is a good thing. And it at the end of the day, that makes things go more smoothly for everyone and for the state and for the residents. I appreciate it. I appreciate the work you do. I appreciate the progress you've been a part of for the last few years. And I was very happy to see that you were nominated, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Representative Perillo.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. It's nice to see you in person, and I enjoyed the conversation we had last week. And I join my colleagues in congratulating you on your nomination to this position. I'm also glad to hear that things have become easier at DMV, at least in terms for the consumer experience. Back in 1993, I started law school out in Michigan, and in Michigan, they don't have a separate DMV. It's part of their Secretary of State operation. But in any event, I was able to register my vehicle, get the plates, get the title, take a driver's test, have my picture taken, issued a license, and registered to vote all in one line in less than 30 minutes. And I just remember saying to my friends that if I did this back in Connecticut, this would have been the better part of 2 days. So I'm thrilled to hear that things have gotten better. And, I have purchased cars out of state and fortunately haven't had any problems, but it is a little bit of a process in bringing them back in because you've got to get a temporary plate first, then either have an emissions or the emissions exemption done and then go back. But I'm sure that process is probably getting easier as well. One question / concern that I have does involve what we will be seeing from now on in terms of impaired drivers who are under the influence of marijuana or another drug other than alcohol. And in my private law practice, I am a criminal defense attorney and represented a number of DUI clients over the years. But as we see more and more stops where it's because of marijuana or another drug, the concern that I have is that the DMV punishment system involves the inclusion of the breathalyzer in your car. And the concern that I have is that if I'm pulled over and stopped and it's determined that I was acting under the influence of marijuana, I should be punished, absolutely. But we're going to make me put an alcohol detector in my car when that wasn't what I was pulled over for. So I think I know that the technology isn't there. I just point that out as I think it's an unfairness in our penalty statutes that we're going to have someone use an in-car breathalyzer when alcohol wasn't why they were arrested in the first place. So I don't know what thoughts you have on that. And clearly this will be something that'll be evolving over the years as we see how much of a problem this does become.
And thank you for that question, Representative Quinn, and nice to see you put the face with the name. I know we've had conversations. That's a very good question. I think time will tell, right? I think the technology, as we're seeing, is more technologies coming out there, whether it's not even a breathalyzer. Pretty soon it's putting your finger across where it gets some type of, I don't know what the proper terminology is, which can detect whether there's drugs in your system. Even your eyes, from what I've been seeing through AMVA, pretty soon you can go right to the car and they go, the pupils of the eyes, if it's dilated, whatever it is, the cars will not even start. I mean, I think technology will be there in the next 3 to 4 years. We're going to see an influx of all these different mechanics coming into our cars that will help alleviate any of these issues. And I do believe that, it's a very interesting, I tell you, the technology and the manufacture of cars. I'm a big car guy. I tend to read up on cars. I think in the future, you will see every car maker that will have a device like that. So therefore, it doesn't matter whether you had a past or present, but it just shows whoever gets in that car, all right, will have to go through that. So time will tell.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you very much for your time and being here. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. See, Representative Perla has his hand up, but I think that's probably by mistake. I don't see any other, thank you, sir. I don't see any other hands up here. And so I think you have passed your executive and legislative nomination exam. You just got to do an eye exam later. If there's no further questions, we just want to have the one question. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir, very much. Congratulations again.
Thank you. And again, if there's anything I'd ever do, please let me know. You have my cell phones, I'm sure. I'm always there to help, whether it's yourselves or any constituents, any issues that pertain to the state of Connecticut through DMV. We're here to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Next on the agenda is Jordan Sheff, to be reappointed as Commissioner of Developmental Services. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here because of a family emergency. We will reschedule his hearing, him at another hearing in the future. Next and final is Dr. Manisha Juthani of Southport to be reappointed as Commissioner of Public Health. Hello, Commissioner.
Hello,
How's your drive up this morning?
a little bit of
Snow.
snow along the way,
It's
but
snowy and
made it okay.
yeah, snowy in Fairfield County. All right, please raise your right hand, please. Do you promise swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, feel free to provide an opening statement and we can answer some questions.
Thank you, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, Senator Looney, and Representative Godfrey. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on my renomination for Commissioner of the Department of Public Health. You have my testimony in front of you, so I will summarize a few thoughts of where I think we have been in public health and where I see ourselves going over the next 4 years in the state of Connecticut. My goal over the next several years is to make Connecticut a beacon of what public health should look like in this country. And part of the way that we will do that is to address several different areas. As an infectious disease physician, I was brought in during the COVID-19 pandemic to deal with an infectious disease and with the pandemic that was at hand. What we've seen through even the last year and a half that I've been in this role is that many infectious diseases potentially can threaten our way of life in our society. And so emerging infectious diseases as a broad topic area is one that we will continue to address. We're in a very different place than where we were many years ago now, 3 years in terms of COVID. But we've seen, even in the brief time that I've been in this role, that we have had to deal with the triple-demic of COVID, flu, and RSV. We've had to deal with Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox. We've had to deal with issues related to vaccinations. And we have really built the infrastructure at DPH now to deal with any emerging infectious disease threat. And we're ready to do that. One of the consequences of the pandemic, though, is that many of our other areas of public health that are essential to the ongoing operations of public health were left behind or suffered over the course of the pandemic. And so revitalizing routine public health is a core mission that we have at DPH. Whether we look at something like sexually transmitted diseases, where something like congenital syphilis, where children are born with syphilis, did not occur for decades in this state. And we had 6 children in the last year born with syphilis. That is a failure of the overall healthcare and public health system. We need to do better, and we are already working on ways to do better. Whether we look at gun violence, the opioid crisis, mental health, maternal health, these are all areas that we need to refocus on to revitalize public health and make sure that we are a beacon of public health in this country. One of the things we've seen through the changes in our climate is that climate has an effect on health, and the environment has an effect on health. If we look at emerging contaminants or PFAS or asthma rates as it relates to pollution or heat changes in our communities, we need to focus on this. And one of the ways that we've already done that over these last several months is working and partnering with our sister agencies. For example, with DEEP, we had a forum on PFAS. We've had other areas and topic areas that we have collaborated on, and we will continue to do that to make sure that we address the issues of environment and climate as it affects health. One of the things we've all seen through this pandemic is that so many different industries are impacted by workforce shortages, and public health is no different in that regard. We are partnering with our local schools, universities, community college system, and local health departments to be able to bolster our workforce so that we bring people into our department and also into our local health departments so that they can actually execute on public health the way it needs to occur. And this segues into reinvigorating our local health departments, which I think is also essential. We have 61 either local health departments or districts throughout our state. And it is my desire to partner with them. One of the new deputy commissioners that I've brought in is a local health director. And so one of the ways that we're going to really be able to execute on public health in its best way is to partner with our local health departments and districts to do so. And lastly, I'd like to just mention that our nursing home industry suffered a lot through COVID. But I also think that reimagining long-term care overall is going to be essential and is going to be a major task for us to do over these next several years. So I will stop with that and turn it back to you for questions. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner, so much. I may have to leave for another meeting, but I'll be back. I want to just thank you for all your work. You came in about 2 years ago.
Year and a half,
right?
about.
About a year and a half, yeah. And I think you have come in with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and have hit the ground running. So I appreciate the work you've done for all of us on, especially with COVID, because that's really been what has been at front and center for your department and your agency. Can you talk, you talked a little bit about it, but can you talk a bit more about kind of a post-COVID department and some of the other issues that you're working on? We have PFAS, we have water that we need to make sure stays healthy, enough water with our drought monitor and the climate change impacts, making sure that we do continue to keep kids safe and healthy, not only through COVID, but through other types of vaccinations we have. Just, post-COVID, where are you and what do you see over the next few years?
Yes, thank you, Senator Duff, for that question. I think we've got an infusion of funds in certain areas that is also allowing us to focus on so many areas of public health that maybe we couldn't before. So one of the ways through the partnership and support of federal partners with the bipartisan infrastructure law is that we do have an infusion of funds to be able to help keep our water safe in the state. We have additional funds that have come to our drinking water state revolving fund to be able to devote to projects to improve our water infrastructure system, be able to keep safe water to more communities, and also funding specifically to remove lead service lines. One of the things that is really essential to all that we do in public health is keeping equity throughout our department and looking at all things that we do in public health through an equity lens. And when I say equity, it really means more than just Black and brown communities in our inner cities. It also means our rural communities. It also means looking at equity broadly throughout our state and how we can do that. So the bipartisan infrastructure law is one example. The Gun Violence Commission, for example, that we've been running for the last 6 months, and that we have $2.5 million that was dedicated last session. We are in the process of executing on that and being able to get that RFA out and actually get that type of funding into our communities. So those are just 2 examples of things we've already been working on, and many of the other things I already talked about.
Thank you very much. And I think I just want to highlight the gun violence prevention work that you've been doing. And Senator Moore has been crucial in that, as well as other members of the legislature. Your department has been critical in that as well. And so, again, as we move on and think of all the areas that DPH has to concern themselves with, these are the things I think are important to get out in these hearings, are the various broad pieces of policy that the agencies work on. And I think that's, so important to do that. I'm going to stop here so I can get to my other meeting. I'm going to hand it to my co-chair and hopefully come back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Commissioner, congratulations. Good to see you again. Just a couple questions on my end. I know you didn't read your testimony, but during your written testimony that we had, you spoke about your priorities, which you have, which require a lot of, and you mentioned it a little bit when you referred to DEEP, a lot of multiple other agencies that you have to work with to ensure that these priorities really get done. And I was talking about the gun violence and the climate change and even the workforce development priorities that you have. How do you ensure both communication and cooperation from other agencies when you really don't have much say in other agencies. But it's so critical to get these done, to be able to work with multiple agencies throughout the state.
I think one thing that's been very clear from Governor Lamont and in this administration is the goal for all commissioners to work together. We've all received that message loud and clear. And every time we meet with the governor, he's always looking for ways that we are collaborating together. So I'll give workforce as an example. We received recently a $32 million grant from the CDC specifically to focus on workforce development in public health. And 40% of that money is going directly to local health directors. But the governor also wanted to know, how are we working with our other workforce agencies in the state? And so from there, we met with the Office of Workforce Strategy. We met with our Department of Labor and talked about the ways that all three of us could be working together to really advance the public health workforce. So for example, leveraging Career Connect, which is through the Office of Workforce Strategy, and being able to create a pipeline of people to go towards public health. They may come in originally with an interest in healthcare, but going towards public health as well, for those who might be interested in that. Working with the Department of Labor on their apprenticeship program. We're going to be looking at ways that potentially we can partner with them to get people involved in public health workforce. So that's just one example. You mentioned the example of DEEP. Commissioner Dykes and I talk on a regular basis on all of these issues. The GC3 that was put up together through the governor really was to bring these different agencies together. And so that gives us an opportunity and gives us the mechanism through which we have to talk to each other to advance some of these issues. And we will continue doing that in this next term.
That's great to hear. I mean, it's such a critical thing to do. It seems simple enough, but it's sometimes not the case. So great to hear that that communication and that collaboration continues through agencies. Another question I have, I'm fortunate to have CCMC in my district, which is an absolute gem here in the state. I remember when RSV really became a big issue, which was coming in the heels of COVID. They were busting at the seams with patients from kind of both diseases. So they're running out of beds essentially. So I guess my question is, when something like that happens to an institution like CCMC, what is your department's responsibility to be able to offer them whatever they need, whether they're extra beds or just extra location, to be able to offer their patients the care that they need?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll tell you in real time what actually happened in that situation, because I think that probably reflects best what happens in real time when a hospital is in that situation. So first of all, we have regular meetings with the hospitals. All of these CEOs know how to reach me, and our preparedness group to be able to know how to deal when you're having issues with capacity. One of the first things that can often happen is, if they have alternate space areas, this is one of the things we had to go to in COVID, was that if there are areas within the hospital where maybe they aren't traditionally utilized for routine patient care, but are equipped to be able to provide safe care, they contact us and our healthcare quality and safety division, where we then go out and do an inspection and identify if there are new beds that could be brought online. And that was one of the things that was done at CCMC, where 8 new beds were able to be brought in an area that normally wasn't ICU care, but could be stepped up to become ICU level care for young children. So that was an example of one thing. We had other areas that we've looked at, for example, through the behavioral health crisis, where we've gone there and inspected, are there safe areas where children are coming in that in the emergency department or other areas in their footprint that could be utilized in that way. If you may have seen as well, there was also the question of whether our mobile field hospital could be utilized to be able to assist with CCMC. So this is a tent structure that could be utilized and potentially be put up. And so we actually went out there and examined and discussed with them what it would take to actually maintain a mobile field hospital in front of CCMC. In the end, the decision was made that probably for the children, this wasn't going to be the best way to be able to care for them in the long term, but we have that as a resource. And so we were there and available to discuss with them what the opportunities would be. The other thing that we discussed with them was, what was the preparedness plan should COVID, RSV and flu all of a sudden this spring or this fall, fall going into winter become a reality where it was unclear where else they would be able to go. And so we looked and discussed with them what partnerships could potentially happen with other hospitals, if need be, to transfer patients to be able to embrace the influx of patients that might go directly to CCMC. The other thing we also did was partner and with our federal colleagues. So ASPR, which is the preparedness organization at the federal level, has the capacity to actually deploy staff, pediatric personnel, nurses, respiratory care therapists, physicians. And I had actually worked with our federal partners to see if CCMC needed help, would we be able to do that? And we were ready to make that application to the federal government. But CCMC ended up seeing the curve come down and decide that they didn't need that. But so these were all the different ways that we were able to be ready and available to be able to help our hospital systems in the state when a crisis occurs.
Thank you. I think more so than most other departments, I think yours has to have that flexibility to be able to pivot in kind of real time, and it's certainly appreciated the work that your department did, especially for the children that had that disease I had never heard of before.
And it is an old disease, but many people have not heard about it. But
Yeah.
it's been around longer than all of us.
Well, certainly appreciate the work you all did. My next question's surrounded around school-based health centers. I know that the state had received some ARPA dollars to create some health centers in schools. Have they gone out? And two, have they been effective?
So we as DPH have 3 different funding sources for school-based health centers. So the first is general funding that goes towards school-based health centers. This is what's already existing. This is the steady state that we provide in the state. And we have contracts that have been issued and that are ongoing. So that there was a renewal process that is ongoing and has is, sort of business as usual is happening there. In terms of the ARPA dollars that you're talking about, this specific funding is going to support the expansion of mental health services. And that DPH is issuing an RFP for an organization to then issue those subgrants. So that's in process and that's where that stands. The third is CDC funding that we've received in order to support school-based health centers. And we have worked with the School-Based Health Alliance, which is going to then issue subgrants to support workforce and school-based health center expansion. So many of our existing school-based health centers will be able to be expanded, or it'll go to support workforce in those areas. Now that agreement with the School-Based Health Alliance is in effect and has been issued. And so they now will be issuing those subgrants. So in terms of your question, the ARPA dollars, it's the RFP that is going out. But on the other 2, we have advances that have been going forward in those 2 areas as well.
Understood. Thank you very much. I might have another question or two as we move forward, but with that, I'll ask any of my committee members if they have any questions, starting with Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for spending the day with us, Commissioner. Congratulations. What would I have quite a few questions, but your greatest challenge and your greatest strengths of the Department of Public Health as we stand of today, the 31st of January, 2023. So the greatest strengths and our challenges of our state.
I would say the greatest strength is that despite the fact that prior to the pandemic, public health throughout this country was limited in its funding and response capabilities, this department, even prior to my entry, responded in a way under this administration to really help Connecticut be one of the safest states in this country. And that's a testament to our citizens and the leadership of the administration and of this department to be able to get there and be able to provide that service. And I think that that training ground and what happened there helped prepare us for the MPOX response and other potential threats. I think one of our challenges that we are facing and coming out of, I think, is that many of our operations and workforce issues that were affecting DPH at a time when the pandemic hit, all of a sudden came to bear because now we really needed all of those things. And in the time that I have been in this position, I've hired an outstanding chief operating officer who is helping to rebuild all those operations, which is helping us get contracting and getting money out the door to be able to execute on all these things that we're talking about. So I think it's one of our challenges, but I see that becoming one of our strengths by being able to respond to all these things. And I see that as being where we're going to focus part of our attention as we go to address all the public health issues we've discussed.
I appreciate that. Now, dealing with mental health, substance abuse, drug abuse, we have tremendous agencies, but Department of Public Health, I would think, would work with them, with all the agencies to get a better handle on why there's so much addiction between mental health and then which leads to, I believe, and I'm not a doctor, you are, but substance abuse in many forms. As you're, you have a large agency, do you work with the federal, the CDC or other agencies, health agencies, or to try to come up with either not a cure so much, it's hard to, I couldn't say cure, but some sort of blockers or something to work with these folks to help them? Is that you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I know you see commercials, this or that, but your charge as a commissioner of Department of Public Health, there are many charges, but that would be one of them also. And could you explain what we could be doing better and what we could hopefully look down the road and what we potentially might have for our folks?
Absolutely. So DEMIS, in terms of mental health and addiction services, has the lead in terms of the opioid settlement funds. But me and Commissioner Navarrete, we partner on this topic all the time. So we were talking about partnerships and how the different agencies work together. One of the ways, even within the Department of Public Health, we have different groups that work on opioids. So for example, we have an injury and violence prevention unit that looks at the effects of opioids on the community. We have our EMS providers that are potentially providing life-saving opportunities right on the front line because they may be the people who are responding right in the moment. We have people who are working in our HIV prevention unit where they're specifically looking at harm reduction. So often there are people who may be injecting drugs who need to have access to something like Narcan to reverse the effects of those drugs. So one of the first things I did as the COVID pandemic started to wane was reconvene that group of people who are addressing opioids, even within the Department of Public Health, because they're disparate groups. And so that's one of the first things we've done over these last several months to sort of, for me to get a handle on what it is that we're doing as a department. The next step that we're doing is also going to be having regular meetings with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services so that Commissioner Navarrete and I can be pooling our resources and addressing this issue aggressively together. In a similar vein, like you just said, our federal partner is SAMHSA on this topic. And we actually both are going to be meeting with SAMHSA together so that we can have that coordinated response and utilize the strengths of that organization as well as we plan going forward. So I think your question is well-based, and those are at least some initial thoughts.
Well, thank you for that. But guidance, like, I do a lot of research. My oldest son is a scientist, so we talk about science and different diseases. And there's, I would just hope that the DPH would also eventually look, I'm sure you look at these breakthroughs and guidance, that's all. So just guidance to the folks that are prevalent rather. Now, I have a family member in the hospital right now in ICU, and I don't know if
Sorry
it's
to hear
guidance
that.
from DPH or the hospitals, but it's very difficult to visit, you have to, it's like making an appointment and just a difficult situation. Do you have purview over that, or that's just the hospitals?
Yes, so we do provide guidance to hospitals. We've given COVID guidance to hospitals over this entire 3-year period. But many hospitals make decisions for themselves despite the guidance. And, there may be guidance that's out there, guidance that comes from the CDC, guidance that comes from the Department of Public Health, but every hospital has a unique situation and circumstance. And, some hospitals have private rooms, some hospitals have double rooms. So ultimately hospitals have to make decisions that work best for the care of their patients.
Right, I shouldn't even ask that, I'm sorry. But so, but to the hospitals, we seem to have a nursing shortage right now. Registered nurses, technicians. Is your agency working with, either colleges, obviously, I think you might have said in your testimony, to try to, or even the military, I mean, many men and women come out of the service, or corpsmen or corpsmen or nurses in the service. Do you coordinate with those agencies and those units?
So we are all acutely aware of nursing shortages in this state, and the Office of Workforce Strategy really has the lead on the recruitment of healthcare workers into our workforce to restaff a lot of these agencies. Having said that, some of the ways that we do participate is we are involved with nursing schools, with bringing new schools on board, and we have a role to play there as the Department of Public Health. We also are involved with licensure of nurses, practitioners in our communities. And one of the things that we've done in partnership with the legislature is ease that path to licensure for so many different professions, so that, for example, we have a reciprocity rule that's in place now, so that if you come from out of state, but you have been a licensed practitioner for 4 years and are in good standing, you have a fast track to licensure in this state. And so a lot of the barriers to licensure, which is where we have our greatest purview as a Department of Public Health, have been removed over this period of time. For example, with physicians, there's a physician compact. For psychologists, there's the PsyPact, the psychologist compact. These are different ways that we have removed barriers to allow more workforce to come into our state.
Including the military?
Military would be part of that, and there
Okay,
are
good.
rules that
Thank you.
are there to be able to exist on that.
So, water testing is so important for disease, for COVID, stormwater, or any. You must have scientists or people are looking at this on a fairly weekly basis, if not daily basis, to see what's, you could pick up so many different traces.
So wastewater testing was something that the CDC started piloting and then embracing more fully through the pandemic. And we partnered with the CDC, where we have had for many months now wastewater testing for COVID going on throughout the state. Now, it is challenging to figure out how to interpret it sometimes. It goes up, it goes down. You're trying to interpret what that wastewater testing means. But one of the other things that we've been able to do through support through the federal government as well is build the capacity for wastewater testing, even in our own state public health lab, which is in Rocky Hill. It's a state-of-the-art lab. We have the capacity to do wastewater testing for a number of different things. And that is going to be able to help us inform how we survey for potentially emerging threats. If something new comes, how might we be able to utilize this skill set and this technology that we now have right here in the state? It's an exciting advance that we now have.
Like a database to collect the information.
It's
which I
the
think would
actual
help.
testing of the water.
No, you test the water, but you
Yep.
have to have some sort of data.
Right, absolutely. And
Trends,
that's,
why are we seeing this? What is this? Speaking of, so with COVID, I think it was before you, I know Massachusetts did a lot of testing for children, or are we gonna, I'd love to say we're past COVID, but we're not. Is there testing done or any sort of tracking of what's going on with our children? And it's gonna lead to me, we discussed yesterday, some other questions, but it's important, I think, for our kids and for all of us.
I think we're in a different phase of the pandemic now than where we were years ago, where we were talking about screening testing and potentially testing children in schools. Our quarantine guidelines have changed completely. There are no quarantine guidelines for schools anymore.
Yeah.
Masks are not routinely worn in schools. So I think testing is at a different place than where we are. And what I strongly recommend to people is that if you are sick, please test. If you are testing positive, please isolate yourself. And if you're going to be around somebody who's immunocompromised or older, you could consider testing yourself in that situation before you see them.
I did it. I tested twice last week. I waited once, then 3 days. And anyway, I don't know. So we discussed yesterday, I know it's the Department of Education, but you're still the Commissioner of Public Health, and you have a very important role for our children, for education. I again, I believe in vaccination, but it's hard when you to tell a parent and the doctor what to do on their schedule. So that's a personal decision, you know, I would, and most children are vaccinated, I think over 98% in Connecticut. Unfortunately, the urban areas are less vaccinated along with some of the rural areas. And that's a big part of that's education we discussed yesterday. And I agree there. But my concern is we passed a law a couple of years, almost 2 years ago, I think now, that many kids are grandfathered in for up to 12 years. But the kids that their siblings that are going to start school, they're not grandfathered in. So their brother or sister could go to school, but they can't go to public school because maybe the parent doesn't feel comfortable. They're not ready yet, but they could do scouting. They could do Little League. They could do everything in the community. And I struggle with the fact that a child cannot get a proper education. Now that I know if by chance we ever try to change that, would you work with us or try to stop it, or what would your position be on that? I'm sorry to ask you this, but I feel terrible for some kids, and I don't know what the right answer is for them. They have to make that decision with their parents in the school system, but they could do everything else. The hypocrisy, I think, is they could do everything else and their siblings could do everything else, but they can't. So if it was that dire, we would have just passed it and made it immediate on transaction, on immediate passage rather, and signage. And it wasn't, because we didn't do that.
Right. And so, you know, the implementation of this law obviously has consequences and has ways that it has to roll out. But I think one of the things that we know is that vaccination is the safest way for a community to remain safe and for the children to remain safely in school. And so our efforts really are focused on trying to continue to educate the public and view the Department of Public Health as the reliable source of education when it comes to vaccinations, when it comes to things related to health. And hopefully trust us that what our message that we're trying to get out there is really in the best interest of patients, families, and children in schools. Ultimately, I respect the fact that patients and families may make choices that are best, that they believe is best for them. We will continue our education efforts to try to bring people along and try to see what we've seen science show us. But ultimately, people can make the choices that are best for their families.
So, but if by chance, and it's probably unlikely, but if by chance, the Department of Ed said, listen, we really need these kids back in school. You need to go revisit that bill, that law. Would you take a position on it? That's all I'm asking.
Well, I think it's up to the legislature to come to us with what it is that you are thinking about proposing. And, you know, it always depends on the details of what it says. So I would welcome that conversation if something were to come forward.
I appreciate that. You know, and again, it's a difficult situation. Many people, they feel the way they feel, and especially in the inner cities. I'm not sure why, but they just do not. We discussed it yesterday. They just don't want to get vaccinated. I think you were just coming on, and tell me if you learned from this. And the only reason I know this because my friend is in the Air National Guard. We were supposed to get masks and COVID tests about 1.5 years ago, and we were promised. The public was promised them, but they never were coming here. My buddy said, he called me from California. He goes, you guys aren't getting those kids. That wasn't a done deal. Does your agency learn anything from that? We were told we were going to get them. We really weren't going to get them though, unless we went above and beyond.
So we were going to get them. We did get them, and they were deployed around the state. There was a delay of some days. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
And I think that unfortunately, we learned that sometimes you need to make sure that you have everything in hand before people are making their plans. But I think ultimately, the state and the people of Connecticut got millions of COVID tests and masks within days of when was originally said they were going to come. So they were going to come, and they did come.
No. I said, I don't know. We saw the press conference. We're supposed to be getting them, and so you're not going to get them for a while. And that was it. But listen, you have a tough job. Public health is so key, between infectious disease, like I said, alcohol, drugs, mental health, working together, thinking of like people that are in the hospital that their loved ones want to see them. And those are tough decisions you have to make. I don't know, like it's, the good chair mentioned about, oh gosh, I can't remember. Community centers, health centers, but in schools, like school nursing, is there a shortage in school nursing? It's another nursing question, but I would think that we're probably getting short on school nurses.
So I think nursing across the board has had issues. I think our Department of Education would have better eyes on specifically school nurses. I do know that nurses in our local health departments who also do work with school nurses, that we need more of them as well. And I've talked with that organization of local health nurses. So I think nursing as a field overall is a group that we need to bring more people into
Thank you. And you obviously work with all the hospitals in our state and
all the time.
constant communication. Communication is key. I appreciate your answers. I wish you the best and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Recker. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Looney, followed by Senator Summers and Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
And congratulations on your nomination, and also congratulations on the work that you did on the Governor's COVID Advisory Committee early on in the pandemic prior to your appointment as Commissioner. One question I have is in the wake of the fact that we have a mutating virus, that COVID is now taking different forms, and it seems in some cases to evade some of the prior treatments. What, for instance, I know there've been medical reports that said that Paxlovid is, of course, not appropriate for some people. Can't take that because of other medical conditions, and Evusheld also is another treatment that apparently it's not responsive to the current variant that's out there, and even the monoclonal antibodies that were also given as treatment for those who couldn't take Paxlovid are now also seen as not as effective. What is your assessment of the current treatment available for COVID, and also what precautions should people be taking? Because as we see, fewer and fewer people are wearing masks in any setting, whatever.
Thank you for that question. You're absolutely right that the virus has continued to mutate in a way that some of our treatments that we've used earlier are not effective in the same way. One other medication, molnupiravir, is an oral antiviral that does not have interactions with many other medications that people who cannot take Paxlovid. And so there are people that I know who have been able to take molnupiravir and have done well with that. Even immunocompromised people who maybe got Evusheld earlier in the pandemic, got monoclonal antibody earlier in the pandemic. So that just is a reflection of how far we have come. That, for example, an 82, 83-year-old with several cancer diagnoses and history of monoclonal antibody and Evusheld and all these things can get better and have a mild case of COVID. It really reflects the community level of immunity that we have to this virus in some ways. So I do think that industry is going to continue making new drugs. I don't think that this is it. I think we have more things that will come out. We also know that in the inpatient setting, things like remdesivir and steroids and other medications are available. So that's also good to know that we have other treatments that are still available in the inpatient setting. But I think we're going to have to continue to be flexible with this virus. And I think for many people, recognizing that, if you're not immunocompromised and if our levels are not very high, that it's probably okay to not wear a mask. But, if our levels are high, which they have been and now have come down, wearing a mask is still an appropriate response. We know that that is something that works well. And I think that what I would encourage for people in the public to think about is many people are just tired of hearing a lot of this messaging around public health, but things are probably going to go in waves. And we've seen this winter wave come through, and thank God we are coming down from what we saw this winter. And it was only half the size, if not less, of what we had the past winter in terms of our impact on the hospitals. And that's a good thing. And we are going to see what the cadence of COVID is going forward. But it may be that there's going to be a yearly COVID shot that's recommended. And I would encourage people to think about that and not to be tired of hearing about constantly being up to date in vaccines and, every 6 months thinking about this again. But that if it is a yearly recommendation, to really take that to heart, just like you would a flu shot.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service. And I think your your efforts also as a spokesperson for many public health issues has been very compelling as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Summers, followed by Senator Moore, both virtual.
Yes, good morning, or actually, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I can't believe this. Commissioner, I had first, thank you for being here. I know how difficult it is in your position. You wear many hats with being the Commissioner of Public Health. And I wanted to ask just a couple questions. We've talked about COVID, or there's been questions about COVID that you've had previously today, and looking at some of the data that I can pull off of the Center for Medicaid and Medicare, it looks as though Connecticut had a pretty high rate of deaths in our nursing homes due to COVID comparatively to other states. So I wanted to ask you what you would have done differently to help prevent that, should there be a future high wave of COVID. And I recognize that early on we didn't have a vaccine, but even states like Arkansas, who had a higher rate of COVID, but had much fewer deaths in their nursing homes. Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Senator Summers, for that question and for the opportunity to respond. So one of the things that is very clear is that Connecticut was right next to New York at the beginning of the pandemic, and New York was really ground zero in terms of the pandemic. And we got hit with that first wave of the pandemic, like places like Arkansas did not, because we got that influx before anybody really knew what to do. And our deaths in nursing homes were really highest in that very first wave. If you look at deaths in nursing homes after that, it is far fewer than it was in that very first wave. So unfortunately, that first wave in nursing homes, one of the challenges in this pandemic was all the conversation around masks right in the beginning, in the very, very beginning. If we understood right from the beginning and all accepted as a society that masks were going to be helpful at preventing infection of this virus, but we need to prioritize healthcare centers. And we made sure that nursing homes and hospitals mandated masks right from the beginning, and that this then became something that was implemented throughout our society right in the beginning, obviously recognizing that we didn't have enough masks at that point for that to be able to be the case. It is possible that that initial wave would have been a little smaller. But I think the reality of a new virus and not really knowing what was going to happen and being right next to New York City is a reflection of why that first wave was so much bigger for us than it was in other areas. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut all got hit in that same way. If you look at the Delta wave, and as we move through the years, our deaths in nursing homes went down dramatically. Even before vaccines were brought in place, we had infection control practices that were happening, and that DPH was helping to administrate through our nursing homes, which also helped blunt the effect of the Delta wave before vaccines really got rolled out throughout our nursing homes and throughout our state.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, even when you look at other states that are like Massachusetts, which is close to Boston, also had a lower rate than we did in Connecticut. So that was something that I hope that we could learn from. I think it could have been have more to do with also how we were discharging patients positively with COVID and putting them back in the nursing homes at first. So there are lessons that have obviously been learned there throughout that pandemic or throughout the pandemic. I wanted to shift gears a little bit and ask you about the vaccine bill that we passed a few years ago, requiring students to be fully vaccinated or be on a plan to be vaccinated, or they are no longer eligible for an education in the state of Connecticut. And I wanted to see if you had data or are tracking data on, since that bill has passed, what has the increase been in the vaccination rate among those who just are not religious exemption children, but are just children that were not compliant or not in compliance. And what that bill has done. Have we seen an increase in vaccination in each one of those categories since that bill has passed?
Thank you for that question, Senator Summers. So what we have seen, first of all, is that through the pandemic, there was a reduction in vaccination rates that happened through the pandemic. So some of these things are overlapping, and it's hard to tell what the exact impact of one versus the other might have been. However, we also are posting these data. We have 4 years worth of data that are posted on our DPH site that shows the vaccination rates of children throughout our state. And although there was a reduction in rates of vaccination through the pandemic, we are starting to pick up again and get back on track. So again, it's hard to tell what is a result of the bill versus what is also a consequence of coming out of the pandemic, but those data are there for anybody to see.
Well, I think it would be important for us as legislators to look after sweeping such a bill that potentially takes away a parent's right to educate their child in the state of Connecticut, for us to be able to provide the data broken down by religious exemption students to see if that has increased their vaccination rate. And also the largest portion of the unvaccinated children were those that were just not compliant where we are after, passing that bill. So is that something that you would be able to provide to us through as a legislature, either to the Public Health Committee or for all of us to see? I think that's really important. We need to understand what that bill has done. Has it actually increased vaccination rates, or has it just maintained the original rates that we had? As you know, there were certain pockets that were put mostly in the urban areas that were very low in the vaccination rate for a variety of different vaccines that are required. Or did those children just decide to not enroll in Connecticut schools any longer? So I think that's important data that I would like to see. Do you have any information on the differential between those that were religious exemption children versus those that were just non-compliant?
Yes, on the data that we have on our website, all the reasons for not being potentially vaccinated are listed. So prior to the law, when there were religious exemptions versus reasons for example, as medical exemptions, those reasons are listed, and there's a breakdown by schools in various different areas. So that information is available and can be made available further if you have other questions on that.
That would be great. I also would like to ask you what your feelings are now that we've seen the mutation of the virus, where people are required, like you said, to get a yearly, right now it's more than yearly, a booster for COVID. Do you foresee COVID being a requirement that is added to the schedule for children to be required to take?
So first of all, I would say that my goal and hope, of course, not up to me, but my hope would be that we see COVID vaccination no more than yearly. Again, that's a decision for the CDC and for others. But I do think that there's a lot of fatigue around COVID vaccinations. And in order to get as many people updated, if an update is necessary, again, the science needs to still show that additional updates are necessary. But if they are, I would hope that yearly at most would be what we would ask people to do. In terms of requirements for children, I do not see this as being on the docket of vaccinations that would be required for children anytime in the near future. First of all, in the hierarchy of vaccinations that are required for children, that is not a unilateral decision that DPH makes. We take into consideration a number of different people and committees that are involved in this. And also, I think we need to see a lot of uptake by a community before that's even considered. So we know that we've come a long way, actually. I'm actually quite pleased to see the continued rise that we have had in children that are vaccinated for COVID. So if we look at our teenagers and above, we have about 75% that are vaccinated. If we look even in our 10-year-old and older age group, about 50% are vaccinated. And our youngest age groups are the least vaccinated. So obviously we wouldn't even consider a mandatory vaccination when we haven't had more uptake in our youngest age group. So this is nowhere on the horizon in terms of a mandatory vaccination for children.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. The reason I ask is because the bill that we passed, again, put that power in DPH's hands to add to the schedule. And that's why I wanted to hear what you had to say about that. Switching gears here again, I'd like to talk a little bit about what DPH could do differently to help. I know it's not your full responsibility in any way, but when we had, for example, the baby formula shortage, obviously that was a FDA issue with a plant, but there was a run on baby formula. People were trying to buy as much as they could. And there wasn't really an ability, I don't think, for DPH to do very much to help that. And I was wondering if you could speak to that. Have you given any thought now that we've seen shortages in baby formula? We've also seen shortages in medication, as you heard previously. Is there something that DPH has thought about doing as maybe an awareness or stockpiling goods or services? Any thoughts on that?
So I think what we saw through this pandemic and as we were emerging from the pandemic is supply chain issues and how interconnected our world is in ways that we could not have even imagined. And I'm hopeful that with China releasing the zero COVID policy, that some of those supply chain issues that we couldn't even anticipate may start to ease and that we won't be in that same type of situation going forward. Now, having said that, to your point, we're absolutely committed to this idea that where we have oversight and where we have something that we can do, we would like to do that. And one of the ways with baby formula that we were able to do that was specifically related to the WIC program. So the WIC program is run through DPH. And one of the things that was able to happen very early on by working with federal partners was to make more formulas available on the WIC formulary so that families that were dependent on WIC for feeding their children had at least the most number of options available to them. And we made sure to keep in touch with all our WIC participants so that they could know that they had other options available to them. We also worked with our other state agencies, whether it was Department of Social Services, Department of Consumer Protection, because there were so many different groups that had some sort of role to play in the baby formula issue, so that we could try to get as much information out with a weekly update so that people were aware of where you could potentially find formula. And it was a real challenge for people. Unfortunately, sometimes the shortage was spotty. You would go to one place and maybe not find something and go somewhere else and find something there. So I think that these are the types of collaborations we would continue to hope to work forward as much as we can over our authority.
Thank you. My last question has to do with CON and scope of practice. And last year, when we were expanding the ability for a APRN or a PA to perform a termination or surgical abortion, DPH they didn't really do a scope review as how I understood it. They did sort of a modified review to make sure that this procedure was within the current scope of practice for those two clinical practices. My question is, with the change in the law last year that says everything must go through scope, how do you plan on, if we're using that sort of as a basis of what happened last year with those two clinical practices, when we have another clinical specialty that comes in that believes something is within their scope of practice, how are you going to look at them as compared to making them go through the whole scope practice, as you only are able to look at a few every year? And that really could stifle the ability of medicine as it morphs. Are you also going to be able to look at certain specialties and do sort of that quick look like you did with the APRNs and the PAs? Because if not, I see a big backlog with requests through scope of practice and you without enough staff to be able to handle them. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So I think one of the things with scope of practice is that on a regular basis, we get a few requests every year. And so far, we've been able to keep up with that. To your point, if it turns out that we have many more requests for scope reviews and it requires additional resources, additional personnel to be able to do those types of reviews, then we will have to address that. At this moment in time, we have been able to keep up with the requests that have come through. And so I think we've been able to process them in a way where we can do the reviews that are needed.
Well, I don't know if that's true because, we have had people come to us that say they submitted their request for the scope of practice, but DPH decided to not take it up. And I don't know if you didn't take it up because of bandwidth or why you didn't take it up, but this has been a problem for years, even before you got here. So it's not just under your reign that if DPH decides they may only choose 5 or 3 out of the many that are requested for scope of practice. So what I'm trying to get from you is if I am let's say I'm a podiatrist and I'm asking to do something that is not allowed for me to do right now, but it is allowed in 48 other states and it is within my scope of practice. I think it's in with my scope of practice. And I am prevented from doing that procedure now. If I ask for a review for scope of practice, and you say, no, I'm not taking it up, what happens to that clinician? Are we going to lose them to another state? So I'm trying to find the sweet spot where your staff could be able to quickly review and say, yep, this is in your scope of practice. You don't need to go through it. Versus, yes, we're not going to take you up for scope because we don't have the bandwidth. And if we don't have a system like that, I think we're going to see things pile up as, as medicine changes. So that's kind of what I'm looking to answer for, if you can speak to that at all.
Sure. I think what I would say is that I am committed to this idea of scope review and being able to assess these questions in real time. And we may need more personnel eventually if this becomes an issue where there aren't questions that are being answered in a fashion that needs to happen for what the questions are at hand. So I do think that scope review, to be able to understand what it is that is being asked, needs to be done in most circumstances. But if there's a circumstance where maybe that is not the case, that we have enough personnel to be able to do that. And I would look to partner with all of you to help ensure that we have that so that we can provide that turnaround to provide answers to these questions.
So do you know how many people last year have asked for scope review and how many you actually took up last year?
I have a sense, but I think we can get back to you with the official answer. If I can do that after this hearing, we can get those official numbers for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We now have one of our ex officio members because of cognizance, the chair of the Public Health Committee, Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
I apologize. Senator Moore was supposed to go. I wasn't looking at the screen, so let me.
I would defer to Senator Anwar.
Okay, thank you, Senator Moore.
He's a very busy man.
You're very kind, Senator Moore. Thank you so much. I will be very short. Commissioner Jotani, thank you so much for you and your team for all the work you have done in the last few years. There's going to be a book here because that's not every day that you have a commissioner who comes in the midst of a pandemic and rolls up their sleeve as an infectious disease specialist and pretty much has been working nonstop since the moment you took the oath and have been working on multiple fronts. Not only the pandemic, but also the opioid related challenges and the influenza and the RSV and all the things that are happening. So I wanted to thank you for you and your entire team for how well you have been able to help our state. And I'm so happy that we are having this conversation because we need you to continue the work And I just wanted to make a comment that you have an amazing team. Every health.
Hey, I was confused by your last,
Pardon me?
your last text. You think I should
Oh,
say that?
you're not muted, Senator Summers.
it just, I don't like have word for word jokes, just.
Senator Summers, you're not
Mhm.
muted.
People make fun of them for always.
Perhaps we can mute her.
A basketball?
Like, oh.
Okay, good. All right. Well, basketball seemed quite interesting too, but I would just say that right now, I think what we need is the recognition that the state of Connecticut, all the healthcare industries, all the healthcare places are without the workforce that they need. And the Department of Public Health is no different. And I think that's the part that some of my colleagues and the people in general are unable to recognize, that the challenges that we are seeing in the private world, the public world, are very, very relevant in the public world as well. So I wanted you to just speak to that too for a minute, if you could.
Thank you for your kind words, Senator Anwar. And in terms of workforce, you're absolutely right that, you know, the public health workforce has been working very hard, both locally and at the Department of Public Health, particularly over these last 3 years. And I think a lot of these jobs that are in healthcare, public health, forward-facing jobs, any forward-facing job, we've seen attrition in all of those industries. And we are no different in public health. And putting a concerted effort, I applaud our federal partners, our senators from Connecticut that helped advocate for getting CDC funding for workforce development in public health, not just healthcare. It's been essential. And I think we're going to really be leveraging this support to be able to help rebuild not only our healthcare industries, but the public health infrastructure and system in our state.
Thank you again, Dr. Jitani, for all that you do, and we look forward to working with you, and we're looking forward to everybody be supportive. And thank you, Senator Moore, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and it's good to be surrounded by my personal capital physicians. Thank you, Senator Moore. Thank you for your indulgence.
Yes, thank you. I actually thought that Senator Anwar had stole my question a little bit, but I'm going to expand on it. Commissioner, I just want to congratulate you on your renomination. For me, you've been a great ally. I know that I've been on your heels trying to get my gun violence prevention work done and the grants and all that, and you have just really stepped up every step of the way. So I'm so grateful to have you in this place to help us through that, because the gun violence for me is probably one of the single most important issues facing urban centers and where I live in Bridgeport. So thank you for that. Senator Anwar sort of touched on something I wanted to ask you. I spoke to you the other day at length, and I appreciate the time you gave me. But to talk a little bit about the workforce development and going into the colleges, can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. So first of all, Senator Moore, thank you for your partnership. It's been an honor to get to know you and to be educated about gun violence, and it's been an honor to run that commission. I've learned a lot in the process and hope to continue doing this work going forward. In terms of workforce, there are many areas of public health workforce in our state that we need bolstering. We need epidemiologists, people who get data and put it together. As Representative Yaccarino was talking about wastewater testing. If you have the data, it doesn't matter if you have the data, you need to know how to interpret the data. What does the data mean? We need people who are actually running programs. For example, we have an asthma program, running that program, making sure that funding is getting to organizations to help people who are in the community suffering from asthma, as an example. We need people who are in our labs, who are able to do the tests, interpret the tests, understand what it means to have tests of a variety of different backgrounds. For example, in our lab, we have a group of people that do white powder testing. So if a white powder, since the days of anthrax, emerges in a given site, and we work with federal partners to be able to test something like that as a potential bioterrorist threat. We need people who are working in our local health departments who are doing food safety to make sure that our restaurants are safe, that if you go into a restaurant, you know that you are eating safe food, that your well water is safe, that your drinking water is safe, whether it be from the tap. So there are so many different areas of public health that need bolstering and need more people. And that's what part of this funding is going to be going towards. That's what we're going to be working towards with our community colleges to build out an associate's degree program for people who are in our community colleges, or even potentially looking at our high schools and even going beyond that, people who are already in public health, people who've gotten a bachelor's, people who may have a master's in public health, and making people realize their love for public health, staying in the field or coming back to the field.
Thank you. I heard you mention partnerships, and I know you're looking at one with DEEP to look at the impact of climate change related to our health. But for transportation, with the onset of the legalizing marijuana, I was wondering, is there going to be a campaign through the Department of Public Health to talk about driving under the influence and getting that message out to the communities?
So part of our charge with the legalization of marijuana was to make sure that the community is aware of health risks and also to monitor for the consequences of the changes in the law and what we see in our communities. So part of what the Department of Public Health is building out and has been building out for the last several months is that communication strategy and the surveillance strategy for monitoring children potentially who start using cannabis through our surveys that are done in schools, and then beyond that, and communicating messages about cannabis out there so that the public is aware of the risks that are associated with it, and also for us to monitor the health outcomes of it.
So will there actually be a campaign designed just around the marijuana?
So we will be looking specifically at doing that regarding marijuana in particular.
All right, thank you. And I really want to tell you how much I appreciate that you stepped in at a very difficult time. I wondered who would do that, like step right into the fire, but be very responsive and listening to the concerns about the nursing homes and changes that we had to make and making things available. I know because it was something we had never dealt with, no one can ever say what we should have done, because I don't think anyone was really prepared for this, but I do believe that you did a real yeoman's job of addressing that in communities most impacted, and that you were open to that conversation. And for that, I really do appreciate it. You had a tough job on your hands. So thank you for bringing us through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Any other questions for members of the committee?
One question.
Yes, Representative Yakarino.
Real quick, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Senator Moore made me think of something about when I had asked earlier about the wastewater and she mentioned the marijuana. So we have the growing facilities in Connecticut. DPH be monitoring the water runoff and those facilities, testing for THC.
So at this point in time, that is not something that we have the capability to do for. So DCP, as you know, really has the lead
Okay.
on cannabis, but our focus is really going to be on educating people about the health risks and monitoring what the consequences have been.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, we'll ask the last question. By the way, my mother is watching and she's enjoying listening to you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mom. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No,
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner.
thank you so much. And I appreciate all of your questions. And I just feel that this was the right place for me to be at this moment. And I thank you all for your support.
We appreciate it. Been doing great. Thank you so much. All right. Are there any members of the public who would like to say anything? Okay, thank you. Then we'll close this public hearing. And we will open the committee meeting of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. Can I ask a few members of the committee who's online to stay online? A little light here in the committee room. All right. We have two House resolutions and a Senate resolution. Tell me when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Ready.
All set? Okay, thank you. Item number 3, number 1. Can you just? On item number 1, Michelle Gilman of Colchester reappointed as Commissioner of Administrative Services. Is there a motion?
So move.
So
Second.
moved by Representative Yakarino, seconded by Representative Quinn. Madam Clerk.
Representative Concepcion, Representative
Only
Godfrey,
one more.
Representative Yakarino,
No.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino.
I'm here.
Okay,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
thank you, sir. Representative D'Agostino, Representative Gresco, Representative Nuccio,
Rep Nuccio, I'm sorry, I'm here, I'm online. Which commissioner are we on right now again, please?
Michelle Gilman, DAS,
Rep Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano. That's a roll, sir.
Thank you. We'll hold the votes open until 5 o'clock. Number 2, Antonio Guerrero, Rocky Hill to be a Commissioner of Motor Vehicles. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Representative Quinn.
Second.
Second by Representative Yakarino. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion, Representative Godfrey, Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative Representative.
Still here, still here. Whoop, whoop.
Sorry.
Representative Arnone votes yes. Sorry, just couldn't get the trigger fast enough there.
Thank you. Representative D'Agostino, Representative Gresco, Representative Nuccio.
Rep Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano. That's a roll, sir.
Thank you. And next is Senate resolutions for review. Number 1, Dr. Manisha Juthani of Southport to be reappointed as Commissioner of Public Health. Is there a motion, Senator Moore?
Motion.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Senator Kelly, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Summers. Who was on? That's a roll, sir.
Okay, thank you. All votes will be held open until 5 o'clock and this committee is recessed.
They'll be held open in room 1000 and on Zoom.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Yeah, one whole vote today, Martin.
We only had one?
One.
The health commissioner? Yeah.
All right, see you later, Marty. I'll be upstairs. Was going to testify later. Are you looking for me?
Yeah, yeah. Right next door.
Oh, geez, let me tell Ken. Hold on.
Wendy Fritz, this is your conscience.
Just 1 second.
I can wait. You waited for me.
Okay, just 1 sec. I have to put my video on. Okay. You have 2 today.
Wendy Fritz, this is your conscience.
You can see and hear me, right?
Yes,
Right, you can hear me?
yes, I can.
Tony Guerrera of Rocky Hill to be Commissioner of Motor Vehicles,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
and Michelle Gilman of Colchester to be reappointed as Commissioner of Administrative Services.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you very much.
I don't have Jordan Chef of Vernon.
He did not appear today because he had a family emergency.
Oh, okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Summers, would you like to vote? You're on mute.
Yes, I would.
You have Michelle Gilman of Colchester to be reappointed as Commissioner of Administrative Services.
Senator Summers votes no.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a house appointment.
I thought so.
Yeah. And I'm looking and I'm like, wait.
I think we only have the Commissioner of Public Health.
Yes, you're correct.
Summers votes yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Who's calling me? Oh, gee. I'm gonna write back to him like this. All right. Let's see if we can get back over to. Now did I put this here? Right here. Or is this one you picked up? It might be the ones I picked up from the table. And this is another one. Oh no, this is mine. I'm gonna move this. Okay. Lisa keeps falling on. And Yeah, this is like a new best practice thing, so just get in the picture with me. So just show your face right there. Okay, done.
How do I do?
So
I
that's
vote
it.
yes.
So you have two. Oops, he didn't appear. That's wrong. Where did I put my sheets?
Underneath it.
So. That's like all. Lindsay, where do I put them? Yeah, okay. Good God. Okay. So it's Gilman. And that's not you. You're not Miss Bennett. You're fine. And.
Oh, Tony, yes, God, yes.
He's like, all right,
All right,
thank you.
thank
Thank you
you.
for waving on camera.
I'll tell you when we. Just sitting here with me. Okay, that's it. You're on camera. And then I'm going to. Hi, Senator Perillo, just one sec. Hi, Senator, you're on mute.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
I can't hear you. Oh, you're
Can you
muted.
hear me?
Now I can't. Let me try my headphones. I can't hear you, but everybody else I've been able to. One sec. Hang on. Huh?
How about now, Wendy?
I still can't hear him. That's weird because I could hear everybody else. Okay, I'm gonna take yours quick. Ferrera
Yes,
and
yes,
Gilman. Okay,
that's it. Thank you. He's over in the Capitol, so
no worries.
I need new deputy Steve.
Where did I put my? Where did I put them? All right, so now I have to try to get this to be. How could it be muted on this, Lindsay? Help me.
I don't know if you can hear me now, Wendy.
All right. So muted, right? Yeah, but no. It keeps muting him, but he said he's not muted. So now
How about now?
see, and he's talking, but we can't hear him. We're fixing it. Sorry. See, he can hear us, but we can't hear him. I don't think the sound's working on this. Oh, wait. Yeah, what's up with that? I don't know. So every time, so I usually use headphones instead of the sound through the computer. So maybe, oh, you know what? In Zoom, maybe I have it
How
shut
about
off.
now?
That could be it. Maybe if we go back to Zoom. Is it not answering? Go to Zoom for a sec. Because I think I went in with no audio. Oh, did you not join the audio? Yeah, maybe. Okay. See, like it says that it has, that it's
How about now?
that, but this isn't. So speaker, can you choose a different one?
Same.
Right there. I can.
How about now? Does that work? No.
Mhm.
Can we do like thumbs up,
Okay.
thumbs down?
Oh, right. I think he's saying that he could vote just by thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, so Tony Guerrera, Commissioner of Motor Vehicles. And then Michelle Gilman, Commissioner of Administrative Services. Up, that's a yes, right? Thank you, sir. That's all I need. Crazy. Oh boy. Thanks again. Hi, Senator. You're on mute, sir.
Now I'm not.
Senate, you just have one. Dr. Juthani of Southport to be reappointed as Commissioner of Public Health.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Take care.
You too.
Bye now.
Bye.